1st, 2012. The notice of this meeting stating the date, place, and time has been disseminated as required under the Open Public Meeting Act, Chapter 231, Public Law 1975. This meeting is called to order. Mr. Clerk, please conduct the prayer and flag salute.
God of the universe, look thou with favor upon these here assembled, and bestow thy guidance upon the members of the governing body in their deliberations. This we ask in thy name. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. In the event of an emergency, the proper method for exiting the council chambers is through the three doors in the rear of the room. Occupants should proceed down the staircase, out the front door, and move away from the area of the front steps. Any member of the public wishing to speak during the public comment session at the end of the meeting, please sign in on the sign-in sheets provided in the front of the room. Please turn off all cell phones. If you must make a call, please leave the chambers to do so. We have presentation. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Mr. Colbus.
Here.
Koziel.
Here.
Brown.
Here.
Armstead.
Here.
Cosby Hurling.
Here.
Sadowski.
Here.
Sheehy.
Here.
Yamakaitis.
Here.
Frazier.
Here.
Kaczynski.
Here.
Mr. Moore.
Here. We have presentations this evening. The American Red Cross, Mr. Mayor.
It's always a pleasure to honor the Red Cross. The Red Cross is always there, not only for the city of Linden when we need them, but the state of New Jersey and our entire country. And we count on them during disasters to help us out, whether it's from just a single fire to relocate a family, or during Hurricane Irene with the flooding, or even more severe disasters like in the Midwest with tornadoes. So I'd like to present this resolution to the American Red Cross. The Red Cross has touched many lives in the city of Linden, as well as across the country and around the world. Whereas the American Red Cross Month is fitting to thank those who contribute to the mission of the Red Cross through time, money, or blood donations, and whereas the city of Linden is desirous to invite others to support the Red Cross in helping people in need down the street, across the country, and around the world, and whereas the American Red Cross's mission is helping people and has been doing so for more than 130 years. Whereas in the city of Linden, the American Red Cross has worked tirelessly through its employees and volunteers to support the people of Linden when disaster strikes, when someone needs life-saving blood or the comfort of a helping hand. And whereas the American Red Cross always provides 24-hour support to the members of military veterans, their families, and provides training in CPR, aquatic safety, and first aid. Whereas the American Red Cross depends on support from the public to continue its humanitarian work. Now therefore be it resolved by the Mayor and Council of the City of Linden, I do hereby proclaim the month of March 2012 as American Red Cross Month, and encourage the residents of the City of Linden to support this worthy organization and its noble humanitarian mission. Be it further resolved that this resolution be entered in the minutes of the Council of the City of Linden, and that a copy hereof be appropriately presented to the American Red Cross in recognition of the foregoing. Signed, President of the Council, James Moore, Mayor Rich Gerbunka. Gail, it's my honor to present you with this plaque.
I thank you very much on behalf of the American Red Cross for this wonderful resolution. I think it has articulated so many of our services and things of where we try to help. So as it was stated, the Red Cross is always here. So hopefully for the disaster, it will be very minimal, but from health and safety and things like that, we're definitely, here to help you any single day. So again, thank you very much, and on behalf of the American Red Cross, we thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. You got it.
I also have a resolution proclaiming the 100th anniversary of Girl Scouts of America. Is someone in the audience?
Yeah.
Please come on up. Can you identify yourselves, please?
My name is Deja Graper, and I'm Madeline Latempa.
Okay, again, everybody knows the Girl Scouts. They've developed programs and leadership for this country, the state of New Jersey, and the city of Linden for 100 years now, and it's only proper and fitting that we recognize this organization and all the girls that are in it now and all the girls and women that have graduated from the Girl Scouts and became leaders in their community, because that's what Girl Scouts develop, leaders in our community. Whereas on Monday, March 12, 2012, marks the 100th anniversary of Girl Scouts USA, founded by Juliet Gordon Lowe in 1912 in Savannah, Georgia. And whereas throughout its long and distinguished history, Girl Scouting has helped build millions of girls and women of courage, confidence, character, and who act to be fair, honest, friendly, helpful, considerate, caring, strong, responsible, and to make the world a better place. And whereas Girl Scouting core values of high ideals, patriotism, respect for self and others, and community service permeate its traditional and innovative programs. And whereas through Girl Scouting unique leadership development programs, girls develop their potential and self-confidence and life skills to improve themselves and the world around them. And whereas through dedication, time, and talent of volunteers of different backgrounds, abilities, areas of expertise, and with support of parents and guardians and communities, the Girl Scout program is brought to girls in grades kindergarten through 12 across the state of New Jersey. And whereas millions of Girl Scout members nationwide will be celebrating 100 years of this American tradition with women who grew up in participating in Girl Scouting and who exemplify the impact of this empowering movement that emphasizes helping others and community service. Now therefore be it resolved by the Mayor and Council of the City of Linden, I do hereby applaud the commitment of Girl Scouting that has made to American girls in their local communities, and proudly proclaim the week of March 12, 2012 to March 18, 2012 as Girl Scouts 100th Anniversary Week. Be it further resolved that this resolution be entered into the minutes of the Council of the City of Linden, and that a copy hereof be presented to the Linden Girl Scouting community in recognition of the foregoing. Signed, Council President James Moore, Mayor Rich Gerbunka. Again, congratulations. We thank you. She's thankful.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Now we're going to have other presentations, which my colleagues will present.
I'd like to ask Mary Beth Strano, councilpersons Armstead, Brown, and Cosby Hurling to come up for Historical Society honoring Black History Month.
Good evening. I'm Mary Beth Strano. I'm the acting president of the Linden Historical Society. Beatrice Bernzot is the founding president, but unfortunately, she can't get out that well, and I'm happy and honored to be able to make these presentations. We're here this evening to celebrate the Society's second annual Black History Month Hall of Fame Awards. Member of Linden's Black community have contributed to the growth of Linden, served on the Board of Education, served on city council, and it's made the selection of this year's recipients more difficult. Tonight, we'll be honoring posthumously Jackson Givens, a Tuskegee Airman who was awarded the Congressional Gold Medal, and Bishop Irvin Evans, who devoted his life to serving the community as well as his congregation, and as a result, had a street named in his honor. Additionally, tonight, we'll honor Lee Vaughn Roper, who is the first African-American member of the Linden Fire Department and had been previously honored by the department. Corporal Jackson Givens of the United States Army Air Force's 99th Pursuit was one of the famed Tuskegee Airmen who helped pave the way for the racial integration of the U.S. military. This World War II unit of African-American pilots will go down in history and are currently the subject of the movie Red Flags. Mrs. Dorothy Givens, would you please join me as we honor your late husband? If you would stand with me, this plaque will be hanging in our historic museum. I don't know if you'd like to look at it as I read and honor him. Jackson Givens made history early on when he and his 5 brothers made athletic history at Linden High School from 1925 to 1940. Givens was a 2-sport Hall of Fame athlete. Corporal Givens was inducted into the 99th Pursuit Squadron on February 21st, 1942. And today's February 21st. I find that a coincidence. And he was honorably discharged on September 18th, 1945. His missions included Sicily, Naples, Foggia, Po Valley, Romo Arno, northern and southern France. Corporal Givens, as a result of his commendable actions, was the recipient of the European, African, Middle Eastern Service Award, as well as the Good Conduct Medal, and posthumously the Congressional Gold Medal. In a letter recognizing the awarding of the Congressional Gold Medal to Corporal Jackson Givens, Governor Chris Christie wrote, "All Americans owe a tremendous debt of gratitude and appreciation to our brave veterans who fought to defend our freedoms and preserve our way of life. As a member of the Tuskegee Airmen, the first African-American military aviators in the United States Armed Forces, Jackson overcame the racial barriers and discrimination of World War II-era America to serve the campaigns that included escorting American bombers in raids over Europe and Africa, was pivotal to our achieving victory in the war, and inspired President Harry S. Truman's later decision to desegregate the U.S. military. On this auspicious occasion, I salute Jackson Givens for his instrumental role in setting a precedent that would inspire millions of people to pursue their dreams regardless of race, color, or creed." And that was, with his best wishes, Governor Chris Christie. This is the plaque that will be displayed for future generations to see in the Linden Historical Society's museum. Mrs. Givens, so that you, today's and future generations, will truly understand the trials, tribulations, and glory of the life your husband and other Tuskegee Airmen endured during World War II, I'd also like to present you with a book. It's called Freedom Flyers. But this plaque will be displayed in our museum. It's a pleasure.
No, but I would just like to say thank you from the Givens family, my children, my grandchildren, my great-grandchildren, and all the other Givens clan.
If Reverend Evans and his family would like to join me up here. Tonight, we're honoring Bishop Irvin Evans and recognizing his service to church and community. The path that led Irvin Evans from being an apprentice in a machine shop to becoming an exalted bishop is too lengthy for us to discuss this evening. Suffice to say, the first step may have been 10 years as a Sunday school teacher and 12 years as a Sunday school superintendent at Guiding Star United Holy Church in Roselle. Bishop Evans' greatest accomplishment could well be as pastor and founder of Morning Star United Holy Church and the building of that house of worship. As founder and executive director of Morning Star Agency and Daycare, Bishop Evans reached out to the community, providing daycare for children and seniors, after-school care, Boy and Girl Scout programs, health station and job referrals, just to name some of the programs offered. Bishop Evans made the time in his busy schedule to serve the city of Linden and was a commissioner of human rights and commissioner on the Rent Control Board for 8 years. Never forgetting his roots, he served 2 years as president of the NAACP. It's obvious that tonight we honor a man of God who gave so much to his fellow man, Bishop Irvin Evans. Would you like to say a few words?
Just like to say on behalf of the Evans and
Councilman Armstead, I'll ask you to stay on the floor for your presentation. I apologize.
Will, let me tell that about wartime adventures. He received an honorable discharge in 1963. Lee scored high on the civil service test and joined the Linden Fire Department in 1969, retiring in 1994. Lee's wife Augusta and their 4 children are his pride and joy. His son Lee Roper Jr. is a minister. His son Dr. Brian Roper is in internal medicine. His son Christopher Roper drives a tractor trailer, and his daughter Kimberly Roper Braille Sports is assistant dean in the North Charter School. Would you like to say a few words?
Derek, somebody left their glasses here. Oh, there you go.
Tonight, it gives me great pleasure to be able to present a resolution honoring Mrs. Eva Adams Milligan. But prior to me doing that, I would be remiss if I just didn't share just a couple of words about the families who came up. Linden, the Armstead family, we're in town for like 85 years now. So every one of the families who we honored tonight, Lee Roper, as our first African-American fireman, I knew him as a child. He's very good friends with my family. I grew up with his children. And I've got nothing but fond memories of the times that we spent with Mr. Roper. He was helped us with our football program when we were small, and we had some very good times together. And to be first African-American anything in this country was very difficult. You not only had to be first, you had to be good at what you did. You had to conduct yourself and be respected in the community at all times. And Mr. Roper, we're very proud to have known you. You were a role model to us all. I remember early on when I became a council person how Mr. Roper always stressed to me, he says, Derek, we got to figure out a way to get some more African Americans on that fire department. That is, if you're going to be up there, that has to be your responsibility. And it's a responsibility and a charge that we have to take serious. So we thank him for all his endeavors. We thank him for being a friend, and we thank him for being a great role model. Now, I can move on over to the Evans family. When we first moved from down Linden, we lived on Southwood Avenue, and we went to Mount Moriah Baptist Church. Well, when we moved, I was in 3rd grade, and one thing in my family, you know, you had to get up and go to church in the morning. You know, I always say that you know, we are the people who we are today because our grandparents and parents were praying people. Okay, and one of the first things that we had to do was find a church to go to, and every Sunday we would get up and we'd walk down to Morning Star Church. It was a very small church back then. It was a little, you know, almost a hole in the wall, but it was a very good church. We had the Jennings family there, the Evans family, and it was all love. And I remember the pastoral award. I mean, you could go to church, and if you studied and knew the Bible and learned something, Reverend Evans would give you $5. Boy, and I tell you, it was instead of going to church to give money, you were getting money. So we look forward to going to church every Sunday at Morning Star Community Church. So nothing but fond memories. And last but certainly not least, we have to talk about the Givens family, a great family in Linden, a great family. They were Givens. They grew up with my father and my uncles and my aunts, and their children. We grew up with them, and these were just respected names and respected families in town, and there was a standard that we had to adhere to because of what they were teaching and advocating in their households. And I just thank God that I've had the ability to interact with these families. And let me tell you something, they are just great families, and it doesn't surprise me that we're up here honoring these families and these people this evening. And now I'm going to move on to a resolution where we're going to be honoring Eva Adams Milligan, okay? And just a little background there, because I can talk about everybody tonight. Mrs. Milligan grew up, Mrs. Milligan lived on Southwood Avenue. We came from Southwood Avenue, so it was nothing for me during the course of the week to walk down and knock on the Milligan's door and maybe get an apple or a pear or whatever she was giving us at the time. She was a good friend of my grandmother's, a very good friend of my grandmother's. And I remember as a child, her and my grandmother hanging out together, and I just remember the closeness and the love that our families shared together being from down Linden. And truth be told, the majority of the African-American families who came to Linden started out down Linden. Later on, we spread out throughout the town, but in the early going, the majority of black families came to Southwood Avenue. And not many of you know this, but the Milligans are related to the Ropers. So there's a connection there as well. So with that being said, I'm going to move on to read the resolution to honor Eva Adams Milligan on the occasion of her 100th birthday. But before I do that, I would ask if she's not here, that one of her family members could come up and receive this. Whereas Eva Adams Milligan was born on February 10, 1912, in the Colton County Township of Bells, Rufin, South Carolina, and whereas Eva moved to the city of Linden in 1927 and met Raymond Milligan in 1928, and whereas Eva married Raymond Milligan in 1928, and their marriage produced 4 surviving children, all of which become graduates of Linden High School, and whereas Eva has been active in the Linden community throughout her life, dedicating herself to such activities as Mount Moriah Baptist Church, where she was recently named Mother of the Church, and the Boy Scouts of America. Where despite the loss of her eyesight, Eva continued to live in her own home, caring for herself while enjoying some of her favorite pastimes, such as talking on the phone with friends and relatives and rooting for her favorite baseball team, the New York Yankees, as she listened to them on the radio. Now, therefore, it be resolved by the Mayor and City Council of the City of Linden, we do hereby congratulate Eva Adams Milligan on the occasion of her 100th birthday. Be it further resolved that a copy of this resolution be appropriately presented to Eva Adams Milligan and that it be placed in the minutes of the City Council of the City of Linden.
On behalf of the Milligan family, we thank you for recognizing my mother's 100th birthday. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to move on to our agenda. The approval of minutes, June 28th, 2011, August 16th, 2011, December 20th, 2011, January 17th, 2011. I ask for a motion. January 12th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to introduce a motion to approve the minutes as you so noted, and I seek a second, please.
Second.
Mr. Colbus?
Yes.
Koziel?
Yes.
Brown?
Yes.
Armstead?
Yes.
Crosby Hurling?
Yes.
Sadowski?
Yes.
Sheehy?
Yes.
Yemakaitis?
Yes.
Frazier?
Yes.
Kaczynski?
Yes, in January, abstain on the rest.
Mr. Moore?
Yes. Ordinance on hearing. This is the date and time established for the hearing, public hearings for the ordinance on hearing. Ordinance 5601.
An ordinance to amend and supplement Chapter 7, Traffic, shall be amended as follows. Chapter 7, Traffic, Section 7-12, 2-hour parking limit. 7-12, 2-hour parking limit, delete East Elizabeth Avenue between North Park Avenue and Roselle Street.
Has the ordinance been properly published and posted?
Yes.
Have we received a written communication?
No, sir.
Is there anybody who wishes to be heard on the ordinance? Motion, please.
Mr. President, I move that the hearing be closed and ordinance 56-01 be adopted and request a second.
Second.
Mr. Colbus?
Yes.
Koziel?
Yes.
Brown?
Yes.
Armstead?
Yes.
Crosby Hurling?
Yes.
Sadowski?
Yes.
Sheehy?
Yes.
Yemakaitis?
Yes.
Frazier?
Yes.
Kaczynski?
Yes.
Mr. Moore?
Yes. 5602.
An ordinance to amend and supplement Chapter 7, Traffic, shall be amended as follows. Chapter 7, Traffic, Section 7-14, Parking prohibited during certain hours on certain streets. 7-14, delete Clem Avenue South, no parking except Mondays from 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. between Grillcrest Avenue and Allen Street. Add Clem Avenue South, no parking except Thursdays from 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. between Gilcrest Avenue and Allen Street.
Has the ordinance been properly published and posted?
Yes, sir.
Have we received any written communication?
No, sir.
Is there anybody who wishes to be heard on the ordinance? Motion, please.
Mr. President, I move that the hearing be closed and ordinance 56-02 be adopted and request a second.
Second.
Mr. Colbus?
Yes.
Koziel?
Yes.
Brown?
Yes.
Armstead?
Yes.
Crosby Hurling?
Yes.
Sadowski?
Yes.
Sheehy?
Yes.
Yemakaitis?
Yes.
Frazier?
Yes.
Kaczynski?
Yes.
Mr. Moore?
Yes. 5603.
An ordinance to amend and supplement Chapter 7, Traffic, shall be amended as follows. Chapter 7, Traffic, Section 7-7, Parking. Delete Section 7-7.3A. Add new Section 7-3.A as follows. Whenever the National Weather Service issues a winter storm warning for an area including the city of Linden, which warning includes a forecast of snow, an emergency shall exist and no vehicle shall be parked on the streets or highways or portions thereof indicated.
Has the ordinance been properly published and posted?
Yes, sir.
Has any written communication been received?
No, sir.
Is there anybody who wishes to be heard on the ordinance? Motion, please.
Council President, I'd like to close the hearing on 5603 and ask for a second.
Second.
Mr. Colbus?
Yes.
Koziel?
Yes.
Brown?
Yes.
Armstead?
Yes.
Crosby Hurling?
Yes.
Sadowski?
Yes.
Sheehy?
Yes.
Yemakaitis?
Yes.
Frazier?
Yes.
Kaczynski?
Yes.
Mr. Moore?
Yes. 5604.
An ordinance to amend and supplement Chapter 18, Sewer and Water, shall be amended as follows. Delete Section 17-8.10, User Charges, and add new Section 17-8.10, User Charges.
Has the ordinance been properly published and posted?
Yes, sir.
Has any written communication been received?
No, sir.
Is anyone wishes to be heard on the ordinance? Motion, please.
I'd like to make a motion to close the hearing on 5604 and ask for a second.
Second.
Mr. Colbus?
Yes.
Koziel?
Yes.
Brown,
Yes.
Armstead,
Yes.
Cosby Hurling,
Yes.
Sadowski,
Yes.
Sheehy,
Yes.
Yamakaitis.
Yes.
Frazier,
Yes.
Kaczynski,
Yes.
Mr. Moore.
Yes. 5605, a motion to amend.
Council President, I'd like to have a motion, well, I'm making a motion to amend 5605, and I'm going to move for a second.
Second.
Okay. The amendment is going to be for Section 2-27.4.3, submission, exchange for background information, subsection 4. Successful background check remains valid for 5 years is hereby amended to successful background checks remain valid for 3 years. I have been advised that this amendment is substantive in nature, which will require additional hearing on the ordinance. I move to amend the ordinance and ask for a second.
Second.
Has the ordinance been properly published and posted?
We have to vote on the amendment, sir.
Roll call on it.
Mr. Colbus.
Yes.
Koziel.
Yes.
Brown,
Yes.
Armstead,
Yes.
Cosby Hurling.
Yes.
Sadowski,
Yes.
Sheehy.
Yes.
Yamakaitis.
Yes.
Frazier,
Yes.
Kaczynski.
Yes.
Mr. Moore.
Yes. 5606, a motion to amend.
Mr. Moore, now we need to
have to
just
vote.
open the hearing on the ordinance and then continue it till next month.
Will you call the roll call, please?
Okay. An ordinance to amend and supplement Chapter 2, Administration, shall be amended as follows. Add new Section 7-27.4, Requirements for Criminal History Background Checks for Employees and Volunteers.
Has the ordinance been properly published and posted?
Yes, sir.
Has any written communication been received?
No, sir.
Is there anybody who wishes to be heard on the ordinance? Motion, please. Ms. Hero, would you come to the podium? Could you come to the podium, please? This way we can hear you over the microphone.
No, I just heard him say 5605. Is it continuation of that, or do you mean 5606?
Right now, it's 5606.
No.
05.
I apologize.
Okay, yeah, okay.
Mr. Clerk?
We have to continue this hearing until next month, so a motion.
Mr. President, can I make a motion to continue the ordinance until next month?
Second.
Mr. President, Mr. President, I would just ask that that motion be amended to continue the ordinance as amended.
I'm sorry. To
Thank you.
continue the ordinance as amended until next month, please.
Second.
Thank you.
Mr. Colbus.
Yes.
Koziel.
Yes.
Brown,
Yes.
Armstead.
Yes.
Cosby Hurling.
Yes.
Sadowski.
Yes.
Sheehy.
Yes.
Yamakaitis.
Yes.
Frazier.
Yes.
Kaczynski.
Yes.
Mr. Moore.
Yes. 5606, a motion to amend.
Yes, Mr. President. I move to amend ordinance number 5606 on the second reading as follows. Section 2-46-2, Judge of the Municipal Court, Powers and Duties, subsections B, C, and D. B, there shall be an associate judge of the municipal court appointed by the mayor with advice and consent of city council. The associate judge amended to, there shall be a judge of the municipal court appointed by the mayor with advice and consent of city council, the judge. C, and both the chief judge and associate judge shall amend it to and both the chief judge and judge shall. D, the chief judge and associate judge amended to the chief judge and judge. I have been advised that the amendment is not substantive in nature, which will not require an additional hearing on the ordinance. I move the amendment to the ordinance and ask for a second.
Second.
Mr. Clerk?
Mr. Colbus.
Yes.
Koziel.
Yes.
Brown,
Yes.
Armstead.
Yes.
Cosby Hurling.
Yes.
Sadowski.
Yes.
Sheehy.
Yes.
Yamakaitis.
Yes.
Frazier.
Yes.
Kaczynski.
Yes.
Mr. Moore.
Yes.
An ordinance to amend 5606. An ordinance to amend and supplement Chapter 2, Administration shall be amended as follows. Delete 2-46.2, Judge of the Municipal Court, powers and duties in its entirety. Add new 2-46.2, Judge of the Municipal Court, powers and duties as follows, creating the positions of a chief judge and a judge.
Has the ordinance been properly published and posted?
Yes, sir.
Have we received any written communication?
No, sir.
Is there anybody who wishes to be heard on the ordinance? Would you please come up, please?
Pat Hero, Wheat Chief Road. Now, first of all, I want to say that I am not, in saying this, disparaging anyone who is being considered for the position of associate judge. I do want to say, though, that I do have a question as to whether we need an associate judge. We've been told in the city repeatedly that we are having severe budget problems. We have been told by the mayor that we, and I quote, have to do more with less. Having said that, I believe that we should have one chief judge and, if need be, for example, for sickness or vacations, have a judge to replace them, but not create a position of an associate judge. I believe, as the mayor says, we can do more with less, and we have one judge, Dan Roberts, and I believe that should be our only judge. Thank you for your time.
Anyone else wishes to be heard on this? Please come up, please.
My name is Paul Sharpie. I reside at 315 2nd Avenue. Well, due to the courts have gotten bigger, Judge Robert does need an assistant in case he is sick or anything else like that. The court has become bigger here, and in favor of a chief judge and associate judge. This court requires it, and under the Constitution, there is a need for an associate judge in this city of Linden. That's all I have to say on that.
Thank you. Anyone else wishes to be heard on this?
Mr. Mayor,
State your
City
name.
Council, in that respect, I'm not clear, and I need to be clarified to me. When you say that we need an assistant judge, I need to be clear on what are we saying. You tell me what you're saying. I don't understand what you're saying.
Mr. Mayor?
We have a backlog of cases in our municipal court, and it's been compounded by the infamous red light cameras. I contacted Judge Cassidy, the assignment judge, and she authorized that we have a second judge to relieve the backlog in our municipal court, where entire person comes in the morning and spends the entire day waiting to be heard. That's not fair. That's not swift justice. That's not justice. We will not be spending more money than the salary that the prior judge had received. The prior judge, with a salary of $126,000, pension and benefits, cost the city of Linden $167,155 a year. The new judge, Judge Roberts, his salary is $75,000, pension $2,250, for a salary of $82,987 a year. The new judge, if approved by this governing body, Cassandra Corbett, will receive $50,000 a year with a pension of $1,500 a year for a total of $55,325 a year. The total savings by employing two judges and having twice as many court hours than having one judge, the total savings is $28,842.08. And again, we have twice as many court dates as we previously had. So to me, this is a no-brainer. It's a win-win situation for everybody involved, and it's been recognized by the assignment judge who decides whether we should have a second judge or not.
Thank you, Mayor.
Okay. Thank you kindly, sir, for bringing that to my attention. If I may continue, Mr. President, in respect to what I heard from the mayor, that was not my concern, and not the people that had asked me to ask that question. My concern is directly this. Judge Robinson, I had the opportunity today, praise be to God, I had the opportunity today to walk through here personally today. Take a look at it. My concern, and the people asked me to bring to your kind attention, if we need a second judge, then why do we have such a backlog? I mean, what I'm trying to say to you, Mr. Mayor and Mr. President, if you will, is not making logical sense to society. Not making logical sense. For us to bring this in on the burden of the people when we can't put the people to work. The people now, to work. And get rid of this backlog that you are referring to. And you start talking about dollars, I want you to send that down to the finance department and let them weigh that out. You understand? And then let them put it on Facebook or wherever they need to tell the community. And let them figure out our dollars and cents. Because it is their money that is paying these people. And that's something that should be sent down to the finance department and not directly pointed out to the community. It needs to be broken down to them to the common denominator, but they can understand dollars and cents. Okay? But what I'm trying to say to you, if you will, Judge, if you will, Mayor, and Mr. President, what I'm trying to say to you in our community is growing tremendously. I respectfully submit to you. We need the right judge that can expedite these cases according to the citizens of Linden. Now, when I say the citizens of Linden, what I'm saying to you, if you will, is that we must have a man sitting on that bench that understands the community. So this stuff can be moved by our chief. This stuff could be moved. It wouldn't even get into the court if we give them the green light.
Thank you very much. Anyone
Can I
else
say
wishes-
one quick comment?
Mayor, go ahead.
Number one, we have a man who is the judge, and we have a woman who is a judge, an African-American woman. And both of those individuals are competent to hear cases and provide justice. And both of them live in the city of Linden.
Sir, okay, fine. I want to take off the record, if you will, with all due respect to humanity. I want to take off the record Afro-American, and I want to put on the record humanity. I do not want a judge up here because he's Afro-American or she's Afro-American. I want a judge that is a part of humanity, and all you who believe. That is what we want. Okay? I want Afro-Americans to start, we need to start deleting that word. Afro-American, black, and whatever the case may be. We dealing with humanity. This is what the Constitution of Linden stands for. And it's time for us to delete. Talking about black and white on this year employment, I'm tired of hearing it. We done demonstrated for 3 years now. Okay? The president, okay, fine, carry the meeting on now. I think
Thank you
my
very
point is
much.
clear.
Anyone else wishes to speak? Please come up. Motion, please.
Mr. President, am I allowed to comment on this?
Please.
I just want to say that, you know, it's only fitting and appropriate. We talked about some firsts this evening, and Mrs. Cassandra Corbett is going to be our first African-American female judge in this city, and I think she's going to do a great job. And with that, I'm going to move the hearing be closed and the ordinance adopted as amended. Request a second.
Second.
Mr. Kalbus?
Yes.
Koziel?
Yes.
Brown?
Yes.
Armstead?
Yes.
Crosby Hurling?
Yes.
Sadowski?
Yes.
Sheehy?
Yes.
Yemakaitis?
Yes.
Frazier?
Yes.
Kaczynski?
Yes.
Mr. Moore?
Yes. 5607, motion to amend.
Yes, Mr. President, I move to amend ordinance 5607 on the second reading as follows. Amending Schedule 4, GG-1 to read as follows. Title, Associate Judge of Municipal Court, amended to Judge of Municipal Court. I have been advised that this amendment is not substantive in nature, which will not require an additional hearing on the ordinance. I move the amendment to the ordinance and ask for a second.
Second.
Mr. Kalbus?
Yes.
Koziel?
Yes.
Brown?
Yes.
Armstead?
Yes.
Crosby Hurling?
Yes.
Sadowski?
Yes.
Sheehy?
Yes.
Yemakaitis?
Yes.
Frazier?
Yes.
Kaczynski?
Yes.
Mr. Moore?
Yes.
56-07, an ordinance to amend an ordinance entitled, an ordinance establishing a schedule of titles, salary ranges, and regulations for maintaining the classification and salary standardization plan for all employees of the City of Linden, passed August 15, 1995, and approved August 16, 1995, 4-GG-1.
Has the ordinance been properly published and posted?
Yes, sir.
Has any written communication been received?
No.
Is there anyone wishes to be heard on the ordinance? State your name, please.
Paul Shoppy, 315 Second Avenue. What is the salary for the assistant judge?
Mr. Mayor?
It's $50,000.
Okay, thank you.
Motion. Please come up and speak.
Pat Hero, Wheat Chief Road. As the mayor had just said in the previous ordinance, we had the opportunity to save the citizens of Linden a little over $55,000 by not hiring an associate judge, and just perhaps the chief judge could have worked additional days and hours to reduce the backlog. Instead, we are now adding an associate judge to the cost of the citizens of Linden at a little over $55,000. Like I said, it's not to disparage the person. I think from the resume that I'd seen, the person, is excellent qualifications. I'm just saying that if we're going to look at saving money, this is where we need to look at saving money. And it's not adding other positions, it's us doing more with less, or having the chief judge work additional hours until the backlog is reduced. Thank you for your time.
Anyone else that hasn't spoken yet wishes to make a comment in reference to this? Please come up. State your name.
My name is Charlene Snowden. I reside at 807 Lindegar Street in Linden. And I think we're getting quite a bargain here for a chief judge with a salary of $75,000 and then a judge for $55,000. I think that's quite a bargain. And based on the, as you've stated already, the number of cases that are coming into the court system, that this is certainly most appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else wishes to speak on the ordinance? Motion, please.
Yes, Mr. President, I move that the hearing be closed and the ordinance adopted as amended, and request a second.
Second.
Mr. Kalbus?
Yes.
Koziel?
Yes.
Brown?
Yes.
Armstead?
Yes.
Crosby Hurling?
Yes.
Sadowski?
Yes.
Sheehy?
Yes.
Yemakaitis?
Yes.
Frazier?
Yes.
Kaczynski?
Yes.
Mr. Moore?
Yes. 5608.
$56-08, An ordinance to amend and supplement Chapter 7, Traffic, shall be amended as follows. Section 7-33, Handicap Parking Regulations, 7-33.1A, Handicap Parking on Street. Name of street, add 119 East Henry Street, number of spaces, 1.
Has the ordinance been properly published and posted?
Yes, sir.
Has any written communication been received?
No, sir.
Is there anyone who wishes to be heard on the ordinance? Motion, please.
Make a motion to close the hearing on ordinance 56-08 and seek a second.
Second.
Mr. Colvin?
Yes.
Cosio?
Yes.
Brown?
Yes.
Armstead?
Yes.
Cosby Hurling? Yes. Sadowski?
Yes.
Sheehy?
Yes.
Yemakaitis?
Yes.
Frazier?
Yes.
Kaczynski?
Yes.
Mr. Moore?
Yes. 5609.
An ordinance designating the Union County Improvement Authority to act as redevelopment entity in connection with the redevelopment of the ISP redevelopment area.
Has the ordinance been properly published and posted?
Yes, sir.
Has any written communication been received?
Yes, sir. I received a letter from John H. Bonacure, Jr., which is addressed to the mayor and city council. Mr. Bonacure is the firm of McCready and Riskin, who represents Linden Holding LLC, which is the successor to ISP Environmental Services, and they're writing on behalf of their client to strongly object to the adoption of the proposed ordinance 56-09. Copies of this letter has been presented to all members of the governing body and is on file in the city clerk's office.
Is there anybody who wishes to be heard on the ordinance? Please come up. From this side, am I right? Ms. Hero?
Pat Hero, Wheat Chief Road. Last Valentine's Day, I was up in the planning board room. I was surprised when I saw 5609 because I was in the planning board room in January on Valentine's Day, and I'm going to be there in March. You see, right now in the planning board, they're discussing whether ISP should be declared an area in need of redevelopment. Therefore, I believe 56-09 is premature because you are designating the Union County Improvement Authority to act as the redevelopment entity in connection with the redevelopment of the ISP, redevelopment area. The fact is, that hasn't been decided yet. And your ordinance says, whereas because a similar resolution with ISP could not be achieved, the public hearing has resumed as to the ISP redevelopment area so that the planning board may render a recommendation with respect to the propriety of the continued designation of the ISP redevelopment area as an area in need of redevelopment, and whereas as part of the proceedings before the planning board, ISP has questioned the continuing role of the authority. Whereas the City Council desires to reaffirm its intention to have the authority continue as the redevelopment entity to implement the ISP redevelopment plan. My word, the ISP has questioned the continuing role of the authority? What are you doing, slapping ISP, acting as a bully, saying, no, we're not going to allow this. Shouldn't happen in this country. God forbid we have freedom in this country. Union County Improvement Authority overall? I don't think so. I think this is ISP's property. ISP has the right to control the redevelopment of their own property. And as I said, it's premature. They haven't even been declared an area in need of redevelopment. Therefore, this should be pulled from the agenda. I cannot believe we're even voting on this. And that doesn't even go into whether the Union County Improvement Authority should be the redevelopment authority, and I do not believe they should, but believe me, I do not have enough time today to talk about UCIA. That is a long, long story for another time. But remember, each and every one of you voted, swore when you were elected and voted in to uphold the Constitution of the United States of America. The one thing that makes the United States of America different from many other countries in the world is freedom this country was based on. Remember, it's the United States of America, not the United States Socialist Republic. Government is supposed to uphold the rights of its citizens, not take them away like this ordinance is doing. So remember that when you vote. You each swore to uphold the Constitution of the United States of America. This time, you get a chance to put your vote where your mouth is. And I hope you do vote accordingly. Vote no on 56-09. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anybody from the center of the room wishes to speak? Would you come up, please? State your name.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is John Bonacore. I'm the author of the letter to you dated February 17th. I have the privilege of representing Linden Property Holdings, which is the property owner of the 143-acre parcel that we're talking about on Tremley Point. It's my privilege to address you tonight. The letter I've written is, I hope, self-explanatory and written in plain English and gets our position across with respect to this particular ordinance. In summary, there's no valid reason at this juncture, or any legal authority in my opinion, for the appointment of a redevelopment entity for this property. Consideration of this ordinance at this time is both inappropriate and simply premature. We are before the planning board at this moment attempting to answer a question that this council posed to the planning board, whether the property is in need of redevelopment. Basic logic tells us that there is no need for a redevelopment entity before the property is even determined to be in need. It has the appearance that the matter is being prejudged, which is not an appearance that this council intends and not an appearance that this council should foster. The appointment of a redevelopment entity, as this ordinance provides, only comes into play until after the following occurs. The planning board makes a recommendation to you that the area is in need of redevelopment. You must consider the recommendation and act on it. If the planning board should determine that the property is not in need of redevelopment, and if you agree with your own planning board, the process is at an end. There is no purpose for a redevelopment entity because there is no redevelopment area to deal with. So acting on this ordinance at this point is basically answering questions that haven't been answered yet, and at your direction. There is, again, no valid reason for this ordinance at this time. It is simply premature. This ordinance doesn't serve the taxpayers of the city of Linden. This ordinance only serves the interests of a private developer who is competing to obtain this property through the redevelopment laws. That is what we call that in Morristown is a land grab, and I think you can call it the same thing in the city of Linden. That's what's being attempted. That's what this ordinance is intended to foster. You have to ask, who is the proponent of this ordinance? And why, under these circumstances, is it being proposed at this time, before our own planning board hasn't even completed the job that we gave our planning board to do?
So you have 2 minutes.
Yes.
2 minutes.
Thank you. I'll wrap it up right now. This ordinance, if adopted, is only going to foster additional litigation, additional delay, and additional expense to the taxpayers, and prevent, as has been prevented for the past 6 or 7 years, the addition of a valuable rateable to this city. This ordinance should not be enacted. At a minimum, it should be tabled pending completion of the redevelopment process before your planning board and before you. And we would urge that it simply be defeated at this juncture. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Please come up.
Yes, good evening, Mr. President, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. My name is Carl Eckhart. I represent the owners of the 143-acre property at Linden, former president of our company that ran the chemical operation. Linden Property Holding, which is a new name, though formerly ISP, has been a good and valuable citizen to Linden going back to 1929 when we acquired the property. We have paid and continue to pay large and substantial taxes to the city of Linden that now amount to more than $600,000 a year. We also have been a good employer for thousands of people, mainly people from Linden. The company has paid out, with its own funds, over $68 million in remediation and development of our 143-acre site, preparing our property for development and obtaining all the necessary clearances to do so. Since 2005, we've been stymied both from the perspective of Linden Property Holdings as well as the citizens of Linden from going forward with the development of our property due to the eminent domain overhang that the previous administration put the cloud on. Linden Property Holdings is now before the planning board hearing our case, which is under your specific directions. We've had 3 hearings. We believe one more hearing will probably bring this to a close, and they will make a recommendation. The proposed ordinance has no benefit to the city of Linden or Linden Property Holdings in seeing that the property gets developed on a timely basis without no further litigation. With the facts that Linden Property Holdings has provided to the planning board and to the city council, both in testimony and the summary that you've heard tonight from our legal counsel, you should not approve and pass this resolution, 5609. In doing so, you will just continue a travesty of justice, not only for our company, but the city of Linden. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody on my left that wishes to make any comment on this? Motion, please.
Yes, Mr. President, I move that the hearing be closed and ordinance 5609 be adopted, and request a second.
Second.
Mr. Colbus?
Yes.
Koziel?
Yes.
Brown?
Yes.
Armstead?
Yes.
Cosby Hurling?
No.
Sadowski?
No.
Sheehy?
No.
Yemakaitis?
Yes.
Frazier?
Yes.
Kaczynski?
No.
Mr. Moore?
Yes.
Motion is approved.
And move on to the consent agenda. All items listed with an asterisk are considered to be routine by the city council, which be enacted in one motion. There would be no separate discussion on the items unless the council member or the citizen so request. In the event that the item will be removed from the general order of business and considered in normal sequence of agenda. We have items 1 through 7. Does anyone wish to remove an item? Have a motion, please.
Mr. President, I move consent agenda items number 1 through number 7. I ask for a second.
Second.
Mr. Colbus?
Yes.
Koziel?
Yes.
Brown?
Yes.
Armstead?
Yes.
Cosby Hurling?
Yes, with the exception of number 2.
Sadowski?
Yes.
Sheehy?
Yes.
Yemakaitis?
Yes.
Frazier?
Yes.
Kaczynski?
Yes.
Mr. Moore?
Yes.
Motion is approved.
I'd like to move into committee reports from the council. Mr. Colibus?
Thank you, Council President. I have a very brief report. As you see on the resolutions tonight, resolutions 2012-126. It's a resolution dealing with TV 36, which I'm the chairman of. And with the help of Council President Moore, we've been working on it for the last year and a half to have an upgrade to our system for TV 36 and 42. This RFQ went out. This is the proposal, so the upgrade equipment will be in shortly. And as I've been talking about for the last couple months, that once the equipment goes in, we'll have training on that, and we'll have remotes, and then start creating programming throughout Linden with the advice of council, the mayor, and citizen as well, to have input as well. In the first ward, any resident with a concern, please give me a call at 925-5568. This concludes my report, Mr. President.
Thank you. Mr. Cosio?
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd just like to say a few words about the municipal budget. City Council met as a whole on February 7th to discuss the 2012 municipal budget, and to Council's credit, many cost-saving initiatives were discussed. However, I will not support raising certain fees or initiating unreasonable user or service fees unnecessarily in efforts to help balance the upcoming budget. Further, I will not approve studies to initiate red light cameras, additional red light cameras, in efforts to do the same, in advance of extensive traffic studies to determine the safety of all dangerous city roadways and intersections. The Technology Committee is requesting information from all departments in the city currently as to their technology needs. We'd like to get firsthand feedback as to how potential technology enhancements can improve the connectivity and efficiency within their respective departments. Current efforts of the Committee of Consolidation and Restructuring will involve the further consolidation and integration of our municipal departments relative to personnel deployment specifically. I recently met with Public Works Superintendent Walter Facchiti about how he felt the consolidation of the departments was progressing as new head of the department. Mr. McDonald reported last night that the STAR software system for employee tracking and deployment will enable Council to examine how all employees are being utilized, deployed, and ultimately evaluated for performance and necessity. We expect our first report from that system next month. From the Committee Special Improvement District, we met last week and discussed pursuing an internet-based initiative in the form of a SID companion website to the municipal website, specifically for the promotion of Linden's downtown business district. The rehabilitation of downtown business facade awnings is also underway, and all awning frames which were loose or in disrepair will be rehabilitated, and new navy blue awnings will be installed. The committee also authorized the power washing of the downtown sidewalks and streetscape, and the work was also recently completed. We will also be installing new trash receptacles in the spring. I have been requesting information relative to the next committee, the Revenue Enhancement Committee. A meeting will convene later this week or early next with Mayor Gerbunka, Mr. Stefanowitz of the LEDC Committee, and myself to discuss the direction this year of development and revenue enhancement through aggressive marketing of Linden's current assets. I was notified today of a potential meeting with the mayor and economic development entity in Woodbridge to begin to see how other cities pursue development and redevelopment initiatives. I asked the mayor to facilitate such meetings with surrounding municipalities in hopes that Linden may develop new approaches to attract industry and business and market the numerous available properties we currently have. Specifically in the Second Ward, I'm happy to say the West Elizabeth Flood Control Project has finally commenced with street excavation from Jones Place approximately to Marion Avenue. Construction trailers have been placed on private property on the south side of Elizabeth Avenue, and construction and excavation debris is being stored on the United Lacquer site closer to Style Street. This project will cause minor delays and inconveniences in the area, so please use caution when traveling that area of town. In last month's agenda, we awarded a contract for the demolition of a residential structure at 301 West Elizabeth Avenue adjacent to JMG Scaffolding. The business, which currently owns the property, has recently been issued a summons for vehicles and construction debris blocking the street and pedestrian right-of-way. We will make every effort to keep this area clean of debris and safe for pedestrians and motorists. Lastly, we have an event that we're going to look forward to, and I hope that everybody can attend. As we know, we are celebrating and have celebrated Linden's 150th anniversary. It's going to culminate with an event on Saturday, March 31st. The Linden Society for Historic Preservation will present a special evening of historical remembrance and celebration at Linden's new public library, 31 East Henry Street, in the third floor reception room. So if you haven't been, they're absolutely beautiful. The event will take place from approximately 4 p.m. to 7 p.m. and feature displays of priceless documents, photos, and memorabilia of historical significance from Linden's 150-year history. We welcome everyone to join us for the event and share their unique memories and stories about our city. There will also be a digital presentation featuring hundreds of historical images and historical facts playing throughout the evening. And of course, light refreshments will be served for those who attend. So please remember the date, Saturday, March 31st. Please check Facebook for an events page, which will be up soon, and TV Linden 36, TV 36 for further information as the event nears. Thank you. End of report.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Brown?
Thank you. I just have Third Ward news. First, I want to thank the police department, the police chief, and Mike from our traffic department. They are continuously, and they've been helping me out with the Northwood Avenue, Elizabeth Avenue problem. As many people know, there have been a few accidents there since April. I've been talking about this issue, and they're working hard on that. I don't know if the police chief, if you want to talk a little bit about what the police department plans on doing on that area.
Chief.
Yes, Mr. Brown, what we're going to do, starting next week, we're going on an initiative to pass out handouts to pedestrians and to traffic as to what the law says as far as stopping for people in the crosswalks. Since we had 2 people killed at that intersection, it's going to start out with handing out the literature, and then we followed up the following week with issuing summonses. So we figure we'll address educating the public first, and then if they don't take our heed, then we have to issue some issues.
Thank you. Also, I reached out to a county representative because they are county roads. I've made requests as far as lights being replaced there, counters on there for pedestrians, better lighting down there. I mean, it is a problem. We are addressing it. I also reached out to our Assemblywoman, Linda Stender, ask her if there's any funds that we can get from Trenton to help out in that area as well. Next month on the agenda, I'm hoping to see that a 4-way stop sign will be placed on the agenda for the corner of East Henry and Washington. That corner borders the 1st and 3rd Ward. It's right by Soul Middle School. I know, we have accidents there, and so hopefully this will resolve the accident problem as well as the speeding. Other than that, that's end of report.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Armstead?
Yes, Mr. President, I have the following reports. From the License Inspector's Office, the City Clerk's Licensing Division is submitting this monthly report for the month of January 2012. The office issued 93 miscellaneous licenses and collected $6,821. The following licenses, permits, and transcripts have been issued in the City Clerk's Office during the month of January 2012, and fees received have been turned over to the Municipal Treasurer of the City of Linden. There were 115 birth, death, marriage transcripts for $1,695. There was 14 marriage licenses for $42 city revenue and $350 state revenue. There was $0 for domestic partnerships and civil unions. There were 16 miscellaneous revenues of $134.99. There were 2 bingo raffles for $40, 268 EDRS vital statistics, $4,350. There were 7 burial permit fees for $35, with a grand total of $646.99. I have the following personnel and finance actions. I'm sorry. Oh, okay. I apologize. Yes, as we've all agreed to in the past, we were going to allow the public to comment on the Personnel and Finance Committee report prior to voting on it. A copy of it is down in front for anyone who would like to see it and to make any comment on it. Does anyone in the public like to make a comment on it?
Please come up, state your name.
Mr. Mayor, council members, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Derek Dumas, and I am the pastor.
Can't hear you, Pastor.
I'm the pastor of First Baptist Church here in Linden, and I come tonight to speak on behalf of one of our parishioners, Cynthia Cosby Woods, who, as you all know, has applied for the position of 911 dispatcher. Again, I believe that Sister Woods is very well qualified for the position. Her skill set, her over 31 years of experience as a dispatcher speaks for themselves. I'm a little discouraged because I believe that Sister Woods has done everything that she possibly can do right. Mr. Mayor, it was your administration that issued her the exam. It was your administration that interviewed her. It was your administration that recommended her for the position. And when she applied, she made well known, it was no secret, that she was she has a relationship with Councilwoman Hurling here. That was no secret. And what is further discouraging to me is that you notified her that she was disqualified because of the nepotism policy that you had in place. And then 6 days later, you changed that policy. I would assume that the city of Linden wants the best qualified candidate for the position, to fill the position. Not only did she go through the interview process, but she scored #1 on the internal exam that you gave. I would just say this. I would say this. In lieu, Sister Cosby did everything right. She didn't do anything wrong. Okay. In lieu of the circumstances, in lieu of the fact that she scored #1 on the test, in lieu of the fact your people recommended her for the job, I would ask the council members would reconsider her for this position. In lieu of the fact that you changed the rule that which she now qualifies 6 days after you disqualified her, I would assume, Mr. Mayor, in your position, that you have some authority to be able to reconsider Sister Cosby for this position. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Cosby Hurley.
I just wanted to, Reverend Dumas, when you say that the council, you request the council to reconsider, we can't consider anyone unless the mayor presents their name, and he's not going to present her name.
Well, I would ask the mayor to reconsider submitting her name.
Thank you. Anyone else wish? Come up, speak.
Council President, can I
Mr. Mayor?
speak? The issue here is not the fact that Ms. Cosby is qualified or not qualified. The issue is that the rule of nepotism, where a council person cannot have a relative employed by the city of Linden, was in effect at the time the process was completed. And she was notified of such. 6 days after the fact, City Council changed the nepotism policy. You can't change a policy and then make it retroactive to fit an individual's needs. And that's why I did not nominate Ms. Cosby, because our labor lawyer told us it was a direct violation of our nepotism policy. If in the future the test is given and the list expired and she came out #1 with the new nepotism policy, I would nominate her. But again, you can't change the rules and make it retroactive. There's 5 other people on the list. The #2 person, who scored the same score as the #1 person, Mrs. Cosby, she is just as angry at me because council didn't approve her last month. So I have #1 mad at me, I have #2 mad at me, and it's the old story that if you're damned if you do and damned if you don't, Pastor. But I do appreciate your opinion, but in all due respect, I can't agree with it.
Can I just ask this question? If the nepotism policy was known, if the nepotism policy was known, when she applied for the job, why wasn't she told then? Why did it take 4 months for her to find out that she was disqualified? Why did your administration allow her to go through the interview process, be recommended by the job, take the test? If you knew up front that the nepotism policy was in place, why was Ms. Cosby led to believe that she was going through the process doing the right thing? That's what I don't understand.
And that's unfortunate, but I wasn't involved with the 15 people that were screened originally. I was only involved with the last 5 individuals that were recommended. And that's when I realized that there was a violation of our personnel policy. And again, then I went to our labor lawyer, and asked for his opinion, and he verified it.
Council President,
Mr. Brown?
I'd like to speak on this.
Please.
In regards to this nepotism policy, the way that this came about is I'm new on council, and Councilwoman Rashawn is new. We're the ones that actually drafted this policy. When this policy came about, it was with the understanding, and when I voted, is with the understanding that we said test. The word civil service, test, and there was no distinction. When I voted, my vote was based off of a test. This one word of civil service, or civil service test, came up and complicated things. I voted to amend the nepotism policy because the original intent of my vote, of when I drafted this, was that all tests, the point of a test is to qualify people, whether it's a test from civil service or it's a test given internal. In addition, my vote on this is not just a matter of just the test, which she scored well on, is you have to also take experience into consideration, which I brought up last night. Whether you're applying for a job or applying for school, you have a test, you have an interview process, and they take into consideration recommendations and experience. So the test is just one aspect, but then when we talk about the years of experience, we're talking about 30 some odd years of experience. I find it, it discomforts me that because it was a mistake that I'll take the blame for it, on my part, if it wasn't clear in the beginning, that Linden residents should suffer if we don't put the best qualified person on the job. So if the mayor is saying that he would reconsider this if we do away with the test, do away with the original list, if we start the interview process and the whole process, I say we redo it, the process. We made a mistake on council. The applicant shouldn't suffer, nor should Linden residents. So my suggestion would be scrap this round and redo it, because we did not hire anybody yet.
Thank you.
Mr.
Mr.
President.
Armstead, you want to continue your report?
Mr. President, may I, before Mr. Armstead?
Yes.
Go right ahead.
Thank you. Pastor, to speak to your remarks, what Councilman Brown said is very much true. I asked last night the very same question at Council Caucus, where we did not receive the Personnel and Finance agenda until well after 9 o'clock, when we started to discuss it. And rightly so, the chairman said, if you have any questions, feel free to ask the questions. Well, I got home and I drafted some questions and I emailed them to the mayor's office at 11:15 this morning. I asked for 5 pieces of criteria having to do with the interview process. It's not lengthy, but what it involves, I won't get into details, but what it involves is some of the questions that were directly asked a month or so ago when this process was happening. There was a lot of hearsay. There was a lot of, I'm not going to say promising of job, but a letter of congratulations before anybody was hired, which I think is inappropriate, because nobody's hired until they're hired. We don't congratulate, firemen or policemen. They're on the agenda. When they're hired, they stand up, we give them a round of applause, and we say, welcome to Linden, same as everybody. But I think certain things were done prematurely, and it kind of put eggs on some faces right now. But the crux of it is, you're absolutely right. We are at a position right now where the job has not been filled. We are sitting with a current nepotism policy right now. We have the opportunity right now to put the best person in the position. Okay? That's the argument I made last month, last night, and I make it again today. I still don't have this information. So what good is saying you could ask for information if you're not going to get the information, so that we can make our best judgment and put the best people where they have to be, especially in a vital position like this. I don't know any of these people that personally where I would go to, but I want the best person in the position. That's it. That's all there is to it. And when I asked for some clarification, I didn't get it. And it's documented. And they did have time to put it together for me. But here we are, less than 24 hours from when we got the report that we're voting on this. Again, we see that same individual here. We even offer tonight as well, please go through the process again, now that all things are equal. And that was not considered.
Thank you.
Mr. President, if I may.
Sure.
As chairman of the Personnel and Finance Committee, when I realized that we had a problem with our nepotism policy, I am the person who asked that we readdress the nepotism policy. We initially developed a policy that said if you took a civil service test, that excluded you from the nepotism policy. Okay. That being said, we found out that Mrs. Cosby had taken a regular test that wasn't civil service. So I reached out to the attorneys and I said, listen, I know Mrs. Cosby, and I thought she was probably the most qualified person for the job. I reached out to our attorneys. I said, listen, find me some way to get around this. I said, you know, it was my intent when we developed the policy for it to be civil service, because I've often felt that the tests that were generated in this town, and I've been from this town a long time, are very subjective and aren't always in the best interest of those who are applying. I can say that because I believe that, and I've been here for quite a long time, and I know that. So when the nepotism policy was developed, it was developed for civil service test only. When I found out that Mrs. Cosby was not going to get the position as a result of our action, I reached out to my colleagues and I asked them, I said, listen, let's amend this policy. And my exact words were, let's create a loophole here, because I felt like she did deserve the job. Okay? Now sometimes they say the road to hell was paved on good intentions, because what I did in essence was create a problem by creating a loophole, because now we have the next person who's qualified, who in fact on the list is in a position to take legal action against us if we skip her. So we've heard quite a few things here this evening with regards to Councilman Cozio and Councilman Brown asking us to restart the process. Again, this may we may well wind up in court addressing this with the person who is trying to who is on the list to be appointed this evening. So you know, I reached out to Chief Pavona, and Chief Pavona and I have agreed in principle to try to remedy the situation. And that being said, in our discussions, he basically felt that perhaps we should call for another test, and that we should move forward with the individual who was on the list tonight so that we could avoid litigation, and that we proceed with another test so that those who tested well will be able to test again and to be a part of the 911 dispatch area as we feel she should be.
Okay, that being said,
Thank
why
you.
should I be subjected to another test?
Ma'am, excuse me, Councilman Brown has the floor.
I'm sorry, I speak.
Acquiesce.
Why should I be subjected to another test?
I agree. We've got a mess here. We've really
It's
created
a test. It wasn't a civil service test. If that's the case, then let her take a test and me take a test. Okay? We took the same test. I took the same test that you're about to try to give this job to this woman. I took the same test. Why should I take another test?
I agree. I feel for you.
Why should I take another test?
Mr. Brown.
I'm sorry. We're focusing on a test. I'm just going to leave it at this, is that the test is one aspect, and last night we brought it up, and the last council meeting, we asked for the recommendations. Like I said, you have your tests, you have your experience, recommendations. And I think the residents should know that the recommendation was that we highly recommend this person for the job. The recommendation for the other person was that we do not recommend this person for the job. And it all went down to a matter of a basic skill set. If you're calling 911, I know me, if I'm calling 911, I want someone who I know is, you know, it's not against anybody else. I just want to be confident that that person knows she can handle pressure, everything else like that. And this is something, if anybody wants to look at it, that we brought up last night, and we brought up last month, and that's key. Our own police department said we highly recommend this person, while the other individual stated we do not recommend this person. So when I vote, it's not a matter of finding a loophole, it's a matter of correcting a problem that we created.
Mr. Roth, I'm sorry, Alan Roth, is he here? Yes. Mr. Roth, would you please give us some legal advice on this particular situation?
what exactly, Mr. Robinson, what exactly you're looking for in terms
Personnel
of the
advice.
process or the policy?
Was the policy followed?
The initial policy was followed, and now that you have a new policy, that policy can be followed. The issue with the nepotism policy as written, when this first came to me in the Personnel Finance Committee, I don't know who anybody is. I didn't ask. I looked at the name. I asked the question. There was a discussion of it. The chief and Jessica Shee made mention to me that that she was a relative of the councilwoman. I looked at the policy. I was asked to look at the policy. I brought it up on my computer. I have the policy manual on the computer. I looked at the computer. The policy dealt with the definition from the state statutes on definition of relatives. I was told what her relation was to the councilwoman. The test that was given is not a civil service test. It was an internal city test. The policy specifically says civil service tests are excluded. And then I advised the the committee that she would be disqualified based upon the relation. Now, a letter of promise of employment went out to the other candidate. If this council then amended the resolution, amended the policy, at this point, it's the mayor's appointment, and if the mayor recommends who the mayor's recommending, my understanding is that the city attorney's office issued an opinion that in this particular hiring, or for hiring for the police department, Mr. Rudick, if I'm wrong, correct me, the mayor is the appointing authority. The mayor made his selection, and it's the council's vote up or down at this point.
Thank you.
Excuse me, Mr. Roth, the letter went out ahead of time before council even voted to hire anybody. That's the issue. The mayor jumped and sent out letters to people that he wanted to hire. But on another note, a meeting that we were in last month upstairs, I quote, you said, "I advise you that the policy, the way the policy was drafted and voted on, was that it was not an objective test, but it was specifically a civil service test that ranked the individual. Several council meetings that followed, and I advised that to the committee, and that's what the policy says, and I spoke to Mr. Hudak before the council meeting of December of 2011, and he said that there are, if we alter it, can we do this? Would this be a problem?" That's what Mr. Hudak said to you. I said, no, my understanding is that it was altered to take out the civil service test and make it an objective test. That being the case, as the policy sits now, I think Ms. Cosby and Ms. Yamakaitis has said, as the policy sits now, is the current policy, so any hiring will be done under this policy. That was what you said. I have it on recording.
Thank you. Mr. Armstead.
Council President, can we take the vote, please?
Yes. Mr. Armstead, you want to continue with your report?
Okay, Mr. President. I'm sorry? Okay, we have another gentleman who'd like to speak, Mr. President.
Please come up.
Mr. Mayor and Mr. President of the City Council, I am deeply disturbed. And I'm sure council of the city of Linden, are the interpretation here right, council? What the law says, are we in accordance to the law, council? To keep us out of the federal courtroom, council?
the law of the state of New Jersey in our form of government is the mayor is the head of the police department.
Sir, that's not
and
my
the appointing,
question. My question
and
is-
the
gentleman to
appointing
answer.
authority within the police department is his appointment to make. It is council's decision to vote yea or nay on that appointment.
So what you're telling me, I'm on the danger zone of going into federal court over this statement. Is that what correct? That's what is my correct in my interpretation. Do you understand my question?
If someone chooses to go to court, that is their choice to do so.
No, that's not what I'm trying to understand, if you will. Are the city of Linden, are we on the red line to slide into federal court over these accusations? That's my question.
Probably.
I think he's asking, have
You already-
everything been done legally?
Sir, are we on the line to be took to court, the federal court in the state of New Jersey, under this specific situation, counsel?
Again, I've told you what the statutes of the state of New
Okay,
Jersey
thank you,
hold.
counsel. No further question.
Thank you.
Council members, you heard it. And we respectfully ask you to vote from your heart.
Mr. Sharpie.
Paul Sharpie, 315. Yes, it is up to the council on the appointment of the mayor and these individuals right here will make the decision. As council, if I was on the council, I would recommend that the two top applicants, though it's a matter of money, $33,000, I'm sure we can find $33,000 in the police. You know, so there ain't no big issues, and I'm sure we could do that. You know, is there $33,000 in the police budget right now? You know, so we don't have this fighting and carrying on and making the public look like we're a bunch of clowns here. You know, if it's a matter of $33,000, I can't see you fighting over this, because that is an important position. If you get called, it's a matter of life and death. You get called in a position, you know, a matter of seconds and stuff like that. And Mr. Mayor, you know, I'm sure we can find $33,000 so we don't have a big fight. You know, this is, you know, it's a matter of life and death. I'm sure we can get one more trainee chief. You know, so this council, you know, you make a vote here tonight. You know, it's a very important decision. Matter of life and death out there. Matter of seconds.
Thank you.
That's all I had to share.
We have ourselves here a legal quagmire, Mr. President. I just want to, before we go on with the vote, just talk about a particular situation that happened here a few months ago. Well, about 5 or 6 months ago now. We had an opportunity here to hire Linden's first African-American police officer, woman, female police officer. She was on a civil service list, okay? That list was going to expire that evening that we were voting, okay? And needless to say, we did not vote for this woman. We could have made history. So you know, while I'm hearing some of my colleagues on council and they're fighting for Mrs. Cosby, I question some of their sincerity, okay? I know I'm sincere about seeing her get the job, and, but I'll say this. While we didn't get the African-American female police officer that was on that list, I somehow managed to circumvent those who were obstructing me, and we got our first African-American female police officer, and we got our first female Hispanic police officer, without the help of the individuals who blocked me from hiring that young lady. And I'm saying this, and that I'm asking this, and I'm asking the people in the audience to have a little faith in me here, because the same way I worked around to make it happen last time, I'll make something happen this time. Okay, we're in a legal quagmire here. As it was mentioned previously, we're damned if we do, we're damned if we don't. We have a woman who is on the list. If we don't vote for her, we're going to find ourselves in litigation. We have a situation where we have Mrs. Cosby, who was caught up in our ordinance, which stipulates we cannot hire family members. It was my idea to re-establish the nepotism policy and change it from civil service to any test, in an effort to allow her to circumvent the process and for us to hire her. But unfortunately, we cannot. So all I do now is ask that the people in this city, the people in the audience, have a little faith and have a little confidence in my ability to get Mrs. Cosby on to that 911 position. And with that, we have to go through with this vote.
What you want to do, sell your soul to the mayor?
Mrs. Cosby, if my memory serves me correct, you voted no for that first African-American police officer.
Mr. Armstead, will you continue your report, please?
Council President.
Go right ahead, Mr. Brown. I recognize you.
Mr. Brown.
Thank you. I'm just going to ask that we go ahead with the vote, but in regards to the
Thank you.
police, in regards to the police, just like the police officers, when I was here, that vote was based off public safety, getting police officers on the street immediately, rather than waiting a year of getting police officers. And the way it worked out is that regardless, we still hired the first African-American police officer, first Hispanics. We weren't looking at race, we weren't looking at individuals. We're looking at it from a public safety issue, getting police officers on the street in time for summer. This is the same thing from a public safety standpoint, getting the best person in 911 to make sure you get that service that you need immediately.
I'm not going to belabor this all evening, but again, the argument was at the time when we were going to hire our first African-American police officer, we had to get policemen on the street immediately. However, the following month, we went ahead and hired from a new 911 list and hired a politically connected police officer and put him on right away. So it was a double standard here. Okay, so
Mr. Armstead, to ask you to move on with your report, please.
I'm just going to tell the people in this audience. I'm going to tell the people in this audience that I will take care of this. I will see to it that what is right is done. I had the ability to circumvent nonsense in the past and hire our first African-American police officer female, our first Hispanic female police officer. I will see to it that Mrs. Hurley and Mrs. Cosby is giving every opportunity to be part of that 911 dispatch.
Mr. Chairman.
I'm responsible for our first African-American judge who's going to be hired this evening, and I take what I'm doing very seriously, and I just ask you to have some confidence in my ability to make this happen.
Please continue.
With that, I'm going to read approvals requested for the following personnel and finance actions. 1, in the Division of Public Works, the approval of the following acting appointments. Subject to the posting by the Personnel Division and promotional testing by Civil Service to fill the vacancies created by the retirements of Richie Moore and Steve Cohen at no change in present salary. Number 1, Craig Beecher to Supervisor of Trees. Number 2, William Caldwell to Supervisor of Public Works. Number 3, Ron Brewer to Acting Municipal Recycling Coordinator. And number 4, Reginald Webb to Sanitation Inspector. Number 2, in the Municipal Court Department, the approval of hiring of Lindsay Parker as a keyboard clerk, 1, at an annual salary of $33,235. Number 3, in the Fire Department, the approval of firefighter Kevin Konechny, firefighter Brian Costry, firefighter Glenn Curtin, and firefighter Michael Vogel to the title of Fire Lieutenant at the present annual salary of $98,544, effective March 1st, 2012, contingent upon approval by NJ Civil Service. In the Police Department, the hiring of Janet Bowe as a public safety telecommunicator trainee at an annual salary of $33,234. Number 5, the payment of bills totaling $1,650,594.89. The bills have been signed by the Mayor, Council President, and Finance Chairman and a detailed check register and vouchers are on file in the clerk's office. Number 6, we are in receipt of investments made by the city treasurer for the month of January at a rate of 0.75%. I move for approval and ask a second.
Second.
Mr. Colbus.
I vote no on items 1 through 6.
Koziel.
No.
Brown.
No.
Armstead.
Yes.
Cosby Hurling.
No.
Sadowski.
No.
Sheehy.
Yes.
Yemakaitis.
No.
Frazier.
Yes on all.
Kaczynski.
Yes.
Mr. Moore.
Yes.
Motion
Council,
is defeated, 5 yes, 6 no.
That concludes my report, Mr. President.
thank you.
Council
Councilwoman
Pres-
Cosby Hurley.
Council President, make a motion to read the amended Personnel Finance Committee list. If the clerk's office can read it, please. And I ask for a second.
Second.
Number 1, in the fire department, the approval of firefighter Kevin Konechny, firefighter Brian Kostray, firefighter Glenn Curtin, and firefighter Michael Vogel to the title of fire lieutenant at the present annual salary of $98,544, subject to approval by NJ Civil Service. Number 2, in the municipal court, the approval of hiring Lindsay Parker as keyboard clerk 1 at the annual salary of $31,972. In the Division of Public Works, the approval of following acting appointments, subject to postings by the Personnel Division and promotional tests by Civil Service, to fill the vacancies created by the retirements of Richard Moore and Steve Cohen at no change in their present salary. Craig Beecher to Supervisor of Trees, William Caldwell to Supervisor of Public Works, Ron Brewer to Acting Municipal Recycling Coordinator. Number 5, Reginald Webb to Sanitation Inspector. The payment of bills totaling $1,650,594.89. The bills have been signed by the mayor, council president, and finance chairman, and a detailed check register and vouchers are on file in the city clerk's office.
I make
Number
a motion.
5, authorizing the CFO, municipal treasurer, to make adjustments to the city salary ordinance commensurate with this motion, ensuring the minimums and maximums are adjusted accordingly. We are in receipt of the investments made by the city treasurer for the month of January at a rate of 0.75%. I move for approval and ask the second.
Second.
Mr. Clerk, could you tell us what the change was specifically? I don't have a copy.
Item number 4 on the original report submitted by Derek Armstead was for the hiring of Janet Bowe as a public safety telecommunicator. And that item has been removed from the report as just read. And there is a difference in the salary of Lindsay Parker. The original report, the salary was $33,235. The second report has her salary as $31,972.
Again, there's a motion and it was second. Can we vote, please?
Mr. Colibus?
Yes.
Koziel?
Yes.
Brown?
Yes.
Armstead?
Yes.
Cosby Hurling?
Yes.
Sadowski?
Yes.
Sheehy?
Yes.
Yamakaitis?
Yes.
Frazier?
Yes.
Kaczynski?
Yes.
Mr. Moore?
Yes.
Amended report passes.
That concludes my reports, Mr. President.
Councilwoman Cosby Hurley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I do have quite a few things to report, and I hope from the recycling committee, we are waiting and we're going to get in contact with the new recycling coordinator. I've spoken with Mr. Keating and his department. It's on. The light is on. Can you hear me now? Yes. Okay. I spoke to Mr. Fakiti, and we're going to set up a meeting for our recycling committee as soon as we possibly can so that we can look for creative ways to continue to create revenue in the recycling area. From the engineering department, I'll report that we had a contractor who was doing cleaning and televisions in our storm sanitary sewers, and they're 95% complete. I'm pleased to report that in our ward, specifically in Essex Avenue in Alberta, the storm and sanitary lines had humongous blockages, so we will see some relief for our neighbors there. West Elizabeth Avenue, West Munsell Avenue, West 12th Street, and Clinton Street sanitary sewer lines discharging grease by the residents and businesses is not only illegal, but it can cause sewer backups. So the residents, the engineering department would encourage you not to discard your oils down the drain. Trees on Essex Avenue and West Elm Street must be removed by the Public Works Department because of root damage to the sewers. A deteriorated manhole on Clinton Street near 19th Street has to be repaired by the contractor, and there's a change order for his work on the agenda for tonight. The first round of street resurfacing, which is paid by Community Development Grant, is being advertised for February the 23rd. And lastly, on the engineering report, in the 5th Ward, we've been made aware that there is an underground gasoline tank, unfortunately, and it was not removed when the property was taken over by the city, demolished, and rebuilt. It's not under the center, thank God. It's actually further out by the sidewalk, and we have a consulting firm that's investigating it. They have some concerns about the soil. Lead levels in the soil are higher than acceptable by the NJDEP regulations, but they are no threat. I repeat, no threat to the safety right now. So there's going to be a proposal for the consultant to continue to do the study, remove it or contain it, whichever one is necessary. The Housing Authority had casino night, and casino night was well attended. Everyone who attended had an awesome time. Again, the funds from casino night are benefiting the Mongill Corporation, which is a senior housing complex on Dill Avenue. So you don't have to always wait for casino night. It's a nonprofit. If you want to help provide services and, you know, perks for our senior neighbors, you can always contact the Housing Authority. I attended the Housing Authority's meeting as the liaison on the 18th of January, and just to report that they are looking to save money and get into a co-op agreement with the City of Linden and the Linden Roselle Sewage Authority so that they can save money on energy. They're going to have energy-efficient refrigerators have started to be installed, and that's going to help them to save a lot of energy and electricity. And finally, from the Housing Authority Committee, they passed their audits with flying colors, so I'm going to report that. In our ward, we actually celebrated African American history in our first annual celebration, and I'd like to thank everyone who participated. This was the first time that we did it, and we look forward to doing it next year with more and more cooperation from the neighbors. The Black History Program, we're going to thank the Girl Scouts from Troop 40033. They participated. We have Nick Corellis, who's a Boy Scout in town. We also had the staff at the Linden Multipurpose Center who, even though they were off shift, some of them came back and helped us to set up the room and also to clean up the room. We want to thank the members of the 5th and 8th Wards community because there were donations of food items made. They, you know, made a contribution to the person who we celebrated that night, Mr. Roper, as the first African-American firefighter. Thank you to the chief and the firemen who attended the event. Thank you, Councilwoman Yamakaitis, for all your support and everything that we do in our community. And I look forward to celebrating in September Spanish Heritage. So our neighborhood is not just African-American, it's not just, you know, one set of group. We're going to celebrate everyone. Public Works is working to remove hazards. Right now, they were in Isley Park again, and we know that with Hurricane Irene, there was a tree that actually toppled and was covering the creek, which was a concern for a lot of us because the park itself is a catch basin. So it's designed to flood, but with the blockage, our concern was that it was going to flood more and go the opposite way into the schoolyard instead of going down into the actual creek. So they're working on that, as well as working on the tree list that they have already gotten as far as tree trimming in our neighborhoods and the sidewalks. I'm told that the concrete company, once the weather breaks, they're going to start doing the sidewalks again. If your sidewalk was damaged by a city tree and I don't have it on my list, please give me a call. My number is 908-477-4120. And if you do have email even if you don't have a concern, please shoot me a message so that you can be added to my email list. My email is r.cosbyhurling, no spaces, at linden-nj.org. Our next community meeting is going to be held in conjunction with the office hours at the Linden Multipurpose Center. That's going to be Thursday, March the 8th. We're going to have the treasurer, the city treasurer will be in attendance, and I'm going to invite the police department to come, which I'm sure they won't have a problem coming, just to talk about pedestrian and road safety. So March the 8th, 7 p.m. We had an issue recently with some concerns that were raised. I don't know if everyone here or you have those people at home had gotten the information about the issue that was raised by some of the staff members regarding a time clock that was installed. There was a lot of conversation. There were several concerns raised to the committee members about the employees' feeling about the discriminatory practices. They felt that they were being discriminated against. I called a meeting with the employees and the members of the community who wanted to get to the bottom of it. Ultimately, I'm here to report that Councilman Armstead, who is the chair of Personnel and Finance, Councilman Sheehy, who's the chair of Recreation, agreed with the decision of the department manager, who said that if he was told by council to remove the time clock or even discontinue it, that he would do so. And he decided at last night's meeting that he has no intention to stop it, although there is no policy. There is no written policy that tells the employees what the ramifications are going to be. If you punch a clock, you have to know what's going to happen to you. If you're late, leave early, or you don't show up. There's no policy. So when we're concerned about, being sued and things like that, I'm also concerned because there could be employee actions against the city. Because if someone feels a certain way, it can go all the way up through the EEOC. Who knows where it's going to stop? So I just wanted to put that out there. So I made every effort that I possibly could. And with that, I think that had I been responded to by the department manager, we probably wouldn't have been in the newspaper or at a meeting to discuss it. I simply wanted to find out who else was getting a time clock, what was the need for the time clock. And, the employees wanted to get more information. I was ignored. So I'd like to actually make a motion at the end of the report so that we can actually hold the department heads accountable. If you cannot, in the business world, respond to your supervisor within 48 business hours, you basically are insubordinate. If you refuse to respond or you don't have a designee respond, you're holding up the process. People call me because they feel like I have a direct line to the department heads. If department heads are non-cooperative, then we are holding up services for our citizens and the staff members. So I'm going to read that at the end of the report.
You have a minute, Councilwoman.
Say that one more time?
1 minute to go, please.
You're not timing me. I refuse to be timed.
You have received double time that everybody else has.
I'm not finished.
You have a minute.
Anyway, so you see, because I said I'm going to read something, he said he's going to give me a minute, right? That's ridiculous. Okay, so I'll read that now. One of the goals, again, for us as managers, or we're supposed to be the managers of the city, is to ensure that detailed and accurate information is exchanged between the department managers, the mayor's office, the city council members, and the individual councilmanic committees. As such, the city is implementing, with this motion, the following guidelines in order to expedite the exchange of information. Any request for information from, among, or by a department manager to the mayor's office, city council, or the chairman of a committee, any of us can make a request for information to the department manager or the department manager's designee. A copy of the request for information shall be copied to the department head's committee chairperson so that everyone is aware of what is being requested. The department head or designee shall respond either in writing or via telephone within 2 working days. This is reasonable in city government. We need to respond to our citizens and they need to respond to us. The department head or the designee shall respond to the requester within, respond within 2 working days Said communication shall also be copied to the council committee chairperson. Can I have a second, please, on my motion?
What is your motion?
That we have this policy going forward and effective immediately.
Is this a resolution or an ordinance?
It's a resolution that is currently unnumbered, and I'd like to vote because Mr. Councilman Brown seconded.
I believe the councilwoman is saying that that it's a policy that she would like to be included in the policy manual on the next round of addendum. Is that correct, councilwoman?
Yes, to be amended immediately. Thank you.
Second.
Do we have to vote, Mr. Roth, or is we just?
You have to vote. You have a motion and second on the floor, so it's a vote.
Mr. Colbus?
Yes.
Kozio?
Yes.
Brown?
Yes.
Armstead?
Yes, I don't have a problem with that. Yes.
Cosby Hurling?
Absolutely.
Sadowski?
Yes.
Sheehy?
No.
Yamakaitis?
Yes.
Frazier?
No.
Kaczynski?
No.
Mr. Moore?
No.
Motion is approved.
And finally, Resolution 201286. That is where we, as the council members, are going to proclaim February as Black History Month. I'm not sure if those of you who take Wood Avenue on Blanky Street, where we usually have the Columbus Day sign or the General Pulaski sign, we right now currently have African American Way. So we're going to do this on an annual basis, and again, hopefully in September for Spanish Heritage, we can have a sign just recognizing our Latin brothers and sisters in the city of Linden. For Resolution 2012-134, I already spoke to Judge Corbett, and I'm going to say that I anticipate her being approved. I gave her my, in advance, congratulations, and I'll explain to her how excited I was. Although we wanted her as the primary judge, the mayor chose his friend, which is the mayor's appointment, and that's pretty much the way he does, which we can't go against that. But I'm excited that she's going to be here. I'm looking forward to her being here for her appointment of 3 years. And yes, she is the first in Linden's 150-year history, the first African-American to be seated as the judge. So congratulations again for Judge Corbett, who she said she had other arrangements tonight. Thank you all for your patience during my report. You put me on committees, and you told us we had to report on our committees, so I did what you told me. And happy birthday to me. That ends my report.
Thank you. Before I ask Mr. Sadowski to give his report, I'd like to ask the fire lieutenants to stand and be recognized. That would be firefighter Kevin Konecki, firefighter Brian Costry, firefighter Brent Curtin, and Michael Vogel. Congratulations, man. Mr. Sadowski, your report, please.
Thank you, Council President. I just have a few remarks. Okay, first, I want to congratulate all the firemen who got the promotions. Then also, we have people from the DPW who moved up. I would like to congratulate them too, so congratulations. Stand up, DPW. Okay, thank you. Real quickly, I know it's going to be long. The Duke property on the highway, they are progressing, getting ready for the spring. They're adding more dirt. PSE&G is putting up the poles. They're widening the corners for the turns and so on and so forth. Business seems to be interested in there. There are some smaller businesses that already are trying to get spots in the place in there in Duke, and that means business for the city. So we're hoping that maybe the smaller ones will help the bigger ones, and as soon as that lawsuit gets settled, I'm sure we'll go full course ahead. At the between Style Street and Munsell Avenue between East Stimson and Munsell on Style Street, some of the neighbors are having trouble with the property across the street, and this consists of dust, truck noises, fumes, and so on. We have been working with the city, and the city agencies are going there and trying to help these people out. But it's a continuing
it's a continuing thing. I was there last 2 weeks ago, and I stayed for a half hour, and my car was covered with dust. So the city is looking into it for them, so thank you. Winter is officially with us, so please remember, when there is snow, just like it was passed, you have to move your cars off the street or have them towed. In the 6th Ward, some of the emergency evacuation streets are Clinton Street, Linden Avenue, Route 1 or Edgar Road, Stiles Street, and Wood Avenue. This includes both sides of the street, so please get the cars off. The Traffic Bureau in Linden is checking on handicap spots. Some of you may have gotten letters asking you to confirm that the handicap spot is still necessary. They will be going around. If it is not necessary, someone has died or moved away, they will take that sign right down because you really don't deserve it. So if you get something, that's what's going on. Senior citizens, which I'm the liaison, there's a couple of things. There are various clubs in Linden that senior citizens can join. I joined 2 of them, and I have to say, I have fun each time I go there. They treat the seniors very good, coffee, cake, all this good stuff. So if you're interested, please call up the Gregorio Center, and they will let you know what's going on. The Department of Public Property and Community Services is accepting applications and nominations for this year's Outstanding Senior Citizen. Any city organization wishing to submit a person's name may do so by contacting the Department of Public Property and Community Services at 908-474-8627. I forget the exact date, but you have up to towards the end of March to get a name in if you want to. 16th? Yeah, March 16th. Also, at this present time, if you're interested, they are still doing tax forms for you at the senior citizen or at the Gregorio Center. If you want your tax form done, please, you have to give them a call. Set up an appointment, and it will be done for you free. Going around the wards and talking to people, there are a lot of seniors who don't know what's available to them. Please, if you're interested, call up that center. They have all different kind of programs, and if you're looking for something to do 1 or 2 days a week, I'm sure you'll find it there. You'll find good companionship, and when I talk to most of the women, it's a good time. And just to finish up, if you have any kind of problems in the ward, I'm walking around a little, please give me a call. And my number is 862-0749. If you send an email, I'm not too computer literate, so you're better off with a phone. And I guarantee you I will get back to you either the same day or the next day. I can't promise you I can solve the problem, but I can talk to you, and a lot of the people just want to talk, get it off their chest. So please, if you have anything, or I've been getting a lot of calls from other people from the other wards, from the senior citizens, please give your councilman a call. They can help you. That ends my report.
Thank you, Ms. Oskey. Mr. Sheehy?
Thank you, sir. Please excuse me tonight, my train of thought is way off. I don't have any committee reports, but I would like to congratulate the firemen. It's hard for the general public to understand promoting these 4 firefighters to lieutenants will save the city of Linden a lot of money in overtime and comp time, and these young men are well deserving of it. The promotions in public works, believe you me, they're well deserving. They're by merit. The old superintendent of public works suggested this. The new superintendent of public works suggested it. It's actually the right thing to do. For, you know, the last few promotions has gone on here in the last couple of years were by merit, performance, how you get along with others, how you work well with others, and we're getting the right people in the right positions now, and I slowly but surely, things are changing. It's going to take time, but these promotions here that are given out tonight will certainly help. In the 7th Ward on Clinton and 19th Street, we had a sewer backup problem, and our engineering department, Mr. Verchik, went out and rented a camera, and we located the problem on 19th and Clinton. Thank you, Mr. Verchik. And in the 7th Ward, the light on Southwood in Maine, the cycle's been off for the last like 2 weeks, and we've been trying to fix it. So right now the light is shut down and parts are ordered for it. The 7th Ward this summer, hopefully this spring maybe, even we're going to be breaking ground to put in a new pipeline. There's a gas pipeline, a natural gas pipeline that goes through our neighborhood that we think it was installed in 1940. So we're going to be replacing that line coming down Range Road, down Lower Road, behind Madison Street, and under the turnpike. Hopefully, all the permits in the city of Linden are finalized, but there's permit problems in other towns like in Jersey City or Hoboken. And on March 14th at 7 o'clock at the Tremley Point Rec Center, we're going to have a meeting, a neighborhood community meeting based on earth care. March 14th at 7 o'clock. I'd like to welcome the council there and the 7th Ward community and whoever else has interest, please come. It's about the hospital waste facility that we're trying to put in the Linden, and I'm trying not to. So we'll see what happens on March 14th. And I don't understand the big issue on a time clock. I bet everybody here goes to work and punches a time clock. We've been talking about accountability for at least the 3 or 4 years that I've been here, and we installed a time clock, and we got a lot of heat for it. We did, majority of the facilities in Linden have a time clock. Hopefully soon, all facilities in the city of Linden will have a time clock. I honestly don't understand the backlash I've got over a time clock. And going to the next problem discussed tonight, nepotism is nepotism. I have family members that need jobs. I had a sister who worked in Pathmark for 30 years. She'll be unemployed. 30 years experience answering the phones at Pathmark. I got sister-in-laws that need jobs. I got a son that needs a job, 2 daughters that need a job, a couple sister-in-laws that need a job. I just think you're on this council, the last thing you should be worried about is hiring family members. If I'm wrong, so be it, but that's not why I was put here to hire people. There's some people up here that have a big emphasis on hiring people, and I'm just sorry. That's my pet peeve. I'm totally against it. Actually, my wife needs a job too. So, you know, if anybody outside the world wants to hire a couple good people, give me a call. But my family members will not be hired by the city of Linden. Thank you, sir. End of my report.
Thank you, Councilman Sheehy. Councilwoman Yamakaitis.
Thank you, Mr. President. From the Board of Health. The Board of Health has moved to 605 Southwood Avenue, the old City Hall building. Presently, not all the telephone lines are up and running. Calls to the Board of Health can be made at 474-8413, 474-8414, or 474-8422 temporarily. Hopefully, the rest of the lines will be up and running soon. From the Linden Public Library, the library will be hosting the following programs during the month of March 2012. The Linden Community Blood Drive on March 12th from 12:30 to 6:30 p.m. in the library. an Elder Law Special Needs and Disability Planning Seminar on Tuesday, March 20th. This seminar is designed to answer the many complicated questions regarding recent law changes and requirements for effective estate planning. And there will also be an Alzheimer's program, Know the 10 Signs, on March 22nd at 6 p.m. For more information on these and other programs, please visit the library website at www.lindenpl.org. I also urge all residents to check out the library's webpage and click on the Job and Career Accelerator tab. This is a really good tool for people that are looking for jobs, but I was really impressed. It covers all spectrums of ages, from elementary school right through your seniors. There's tutoring modules on there, test preparation. You could take actual practice tests. So I urge everyone to go on the library website. There's some effective tools on there. For the Eighth Ward report, I'd like to report that on tonight's agenda, the 2-hour parking ordinance on Elizabeth Avenue between North Park Avenue and Roselle Street was removed. And also, parking was changed, so alternate side parking on Clem Avenue will be available for street cleaning on Thursdays. The Friends of Linden Animal Shelter have asked me to announce that they will be having a spaghetti dinner fundraiser on Saturday, March 31st at the Gregorio Recreation Center located on Helen Street. We ask for your support. Donations are down, and as many pet owners know, the cost of pet food and supplies is increasing. The dinner will be served from 3 to 8 p.m., and tickets are $10 in advance, $12 at the door. For more information to purchase tickets, please call Carla at 908-500-2500, and all proceeds are to go to the benefit of the animals in Linden. If you need more information, you could also go to my Facebook page, which is Councilwoman Michelle Yamakaitis. I'll have information up there if you need ticket information. I'd like to conclude my report by congratulating the two police officers, Officer Walter Durham and David Manganello, on their upcoming retirements. On behalf of the 8th Ward, I want to wish both of you a healthy and happy retirement. Both of you have done so much for the 8th Ward community, and it hasn't gone unnoticed. That concludes my report, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Frazier?
Thank you, Mr. President. Good evening, everyone. I'd like to first start off by saying, being the chairman of the landfill, and as you know, I speak that we do have a landfill, and we're going to have it for a long, long time. So far this year, we've been somewhat lucky at usually during the winter months, with the rain and the snow, we have a lot of erosion, and which causes a tremendous amount of maintenance to be done to maintain the landfill. As you know, right now, we're under an ACO that's in an order from the Department of Environmental Protection. And they used to come down and visit us quite often. Right now, they use a GPS system, and so they know exactly what we're doing. So Big Brother, State of New Jersey, is always watching. And quite frankly, I'm proud of our guys, and because we do maintain it. And as I said, there's still some maintenance that is required on it. At the same time, as I've said in at previous meetings, we do have the Hawk Rise Reservation, which pretty much surrounds the landfill, and that's the green forested area. We started last year in building a trail, and it's roughly a mile long. It's within the forested area. And we're pretty much near completion right now. When I say completion, that was phase 1. Phase 2 is taking that trail out pretty much to the Rawray River, and we're pretty much completed with that. Hopefully, we're looking to have a ribbon cutting ceremony on or about April 20th, where then you, residents, environmentalists, students can have the opportunity to traverse that trail and see some of the immediate beautiful work of nature right here in our good old city of Linden, along with the deer and the wild turkey, the red-tailed fox, and many types of birds, and particularly the plants too. So it's all there, and I think that's going to be a gem in the near future. In addition, I'd like to also say that I'm on the negotiating committee, and quite frankly, one of the things I take very, very serious is our budget. And it hasn't been too much addressed here tonight. But that's something I'm really concerned about, and I know my colleagues are, but perhaps they're wrapped up in other things. But right now, I want to say to you that the negotiating committee had the opportunity to meet with various union members representing our city. That was on February 16th. The purpose of the meeting, quite frankly, was an information type of a meeting. We had our people there from Brown and Brown, who happens to be a broker, as well as the Medco people who represent our pharmaceutical plan pretty much. And right now we have to consider changes, so we'd like to sit down with all of our union personnel and go over something and hopefully, at least to a point, try to come to terms that would be satisfactory to all. It's very important. Our benefit packages cost quite a bit in this city, as they do in a lot of municipalities. And we have to address that, and this is one way that we're going to address it. So these meetings will take place very shortly. Our labor attorney, Mr. Roth, is presently scheduling them. We talked, I should say, about street lights, or want to talk about them, but I addressed this to the Ninth Ward and perhaps to all citizens. Street lights are supposed to be on at night during the day, and if they're on during the day, we pay for them. Well, we pay for them at night too. So it's not such a bad thing to call your council person or city hall and say, hey, a street light located at such and such an address, and most of the street poles have a plate on them that gives them the pole number. And just say that the light's on continuously. And these are anywhere from 150 to 450 watt lamps. So, you know, if they go unnoticed during the day, they can cost us some bucks. And it's time to really pull in our short strings and try to control every expense as possible. I also want to tell you that I do have my own personal website, and I've advertised it here before. It's councilmanrobertfraser.com. If you need to get in touch with me, that's one way. I also have my phone number on the website, which is 908-925-0343. And as Mr. Sadowski said, I will return the call. Before I close, I too, along with many of my colleagues, want to congratulate the new fire lieutenants, and very proud to say this. Firefighters Konechny, Costre, Curtin, Mike Vogel, my neighbor, congratulations to you. And I turn around and I also say to our new DPW supervisors, I'd like to take the opportunity to congratulate Craig Beecher. He's a super tree guy. Billy Codwell, who I don't see here tonight. Ron Brewer in the back, who does a tremendous job in recycling. And Reg Webb. So my best to all. Mr. President, that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Frazier. Councilman Kaczynski.
Thank you, Council President. First, I'd like to offer my congratulations as well. To the new fire department lieutenants. Congratulations. It's well deserved. I know this is also, as Councilman Sheehy talked about, it's going to help the city to have, we're not only having capable individuals promoted, but it's also going to help with certain costs. So very well deserved, and congratulations. DPW, congratulations. I've heard nothing but the best from people that I know and even I don't know. I have people walking up and recommending you guys and saying, hey, they're doing a good job. You should really recognize it. I'm glad it happened tonight. So congratulations. And to the police officers that are retiring, congratulations to them as well. And good luck on their retirement. Construction Code collected $82,617 in fees for January, and they issued 157 permits and 130 certificates for the month. As Councilman Frazier was talking about lights, that's an issue in an area I think that the city can save some money because there's a lot of potential waste there. So we're investigating. Later on this week, we're going to meet as a committee to talk about that because I think lights have a very good proactive ability to deter crime. It's an ounce of prevention can save a pound of dollars later. And with that in mind, I did receive a light request from Councilwoman Yamakaitis for light pole L61691 near McCandless Place and Greer Avenue. And I would like to make a motion to approve and seek a second for this because I did visit it and I did talk to Councilwoman Yamakaitis, and it does appear to be an area that is in need of one. So I seek a second.
Second.
Mr. Colvus?
Yes.
Koziel? Brown?
Yes.
Armstead?
Yes.
Cosby Hurling?
Yes.
Sadowski?
Yes.
Sheehy?
Yes.
Yamakaitis?
Yes.
Frazier?
Yes.
Kaczynski?
Yes.
Mr. Moore?
Yes.
And going forward, we're going to try to establish that where we're going to go and check. I personally will check every light request that I get, and I will ask the committee to also voice their opinion. Is this something that is needed? And if they don't think it's needed, I want to talk about it. And now I'm the liaison to the Board of Education. I'd like to point out a couple things people didn't know. It happened last month in January that the Board of Ed voted to move their elections to November. So their elections are going to be in a general election, and as a side part to that, the public will no longer vote on the budget as long as it stays within 2%. So that's just for your knowledge. And being that 2011 just ended, several teachers and students were recognized for their efforts. And I think it's important that we share in their congratulations. And you'll see on one of the resolutions, a high school teacher, Barbara Brady, is being recognized as the New Jersey Association for Health, Physical Education, Recreation, and Dance, a Dance Teacher of the Year. From what I hear and the last couple meetings I've been to, she's very well respected and well deserving of our acknowledgement. The Linden High School English teacher Esther Payton was selected as the Union County Human Relations Commission Unity Award for Achievement by an Educator. Social Studies teacher at the high school, David Walker, was recognized as the Linden Public Schools Teacher of the Year. And it's not just our teachers that are doing a good job, it's our students. I think they also need to be recognized. 11th grader Brianna Reed won the Union County Bowling Tournament for girls singles division. It appears to be a Linden tradition to have good bowlers in our genes here, so she's continuing that tradition. And the Linden High School varsity wrestling team did a first. They won the 2012 NJSIAA District 11 Wrestling Tournament. It's the first time in school history that Linden has won a district team championship. So 6 Linden wrestlers will now participate in the Region 3 tournament. From the Fire Committee, the Fire Prevention Bureau collected $3,387.50 during January and had 513 total calls during the month. And I would be remiss not to note the donation resolutions from ConocoPhillips. ConocoPhillips, there's a fire engine robot, which I didn't know what that was. It apparently helps people learn what children, adults learn about fire and different things. And apparently ours was on the fritz. And ConocoPhillips is an expensive robot, $7,000. ConocoPhillips is footing that for us with ConocoPhillips Bayway Refinery. And after that happened, we realized that software and other things that are necessary added $2,000 more to the bill. ConocoPhillips also donated that. So it's something to recognize that the business community is also chipping in and helping out when budget times are tough. There's no way we could have afforded this or done this. So I think it goes to note that they also did that. And in general, at the 10th Ward level, we had a lot of tree calls that I think, Greg Beecher has been taking a very, very good job on, and I'm collecting a list again. So if you have something, please call me at 908-463-9234, or you can email me at akaczynski, it's AKUCZYNSKI at linden-nj.org. It's on the website. And let me know. And, there's a lot of things that, if things are, you don't know where to go with certain things, just give me a call and we can try to figure it out. So, Council President, thank you. That concludes my report.
Thank you, sir. We're going to move into the mayor's report.
Thank you, Council President. The hour's getting late, so I will be brief. My congratulations also to the firefighters that have just been promoted, and also to Public Works. You guys are doing a great job, and it's been recognized by the city fathers, and I congratulate you and look forward to you performing even better than you've done in the past, and I know we could count on you doing that. I also have some good news, real quick. If you remember, Duke Property was being sued with the city of Linden for the rezoning of the old GM property because we rezoned the frontage of Route 1 and 9 from light industry to retail commercial. We won in Superior Court. ShopRite appealed that decision. ShopRite of Aviation Plaza appealed that decision to the appellate division. We won in the appellate division on a 3-0 decision. ShopRite of Aviation Plaza appealed that to the New Jersey Supreme Court. Well, just the other day, I was informed by our city attorney, Mr. Hudak, that the Supreme Court refused to hear ShopRite's appeal. So that's good news. Now Duke Realty could start building on that property because all the stores that were committed to that property refused to sign on a dotted line until the litigation was finished. So I'm looking forward this spring to seeing some substantial results on that property with stores being built. And of course, I always say when everything is built, if it was built tomorrow, that's $5.2 million in ratables to the city of Linden. So that's good news. I also have a website. I've had it for several years, lindenmayor.com. Very simple, one word, lindenmayor.com. You'll see all what I'd like to call the irons in the fire in regards to the different developments we have. Again, once this national economy opens up and there's light at the end of the tunnel, you're going to see substantial building in our city, and which means ratables, which means that the industrial and commercial developers will pay a bigger share of the tax burden and less on the residents. I'd also like to mention, and the date is to be announced, but I'm very proud of our Shade Tree Commission, in particular Jeff Tandle, who works extremely hard year after year for the city of Linden in all the planting of the trees, getting grants from the state of New Jersey. All the trees you see are gotten by Jeff Tandle by writing grants, and he outdid himself this time. He went to the New Jersey Forest Service, and we are getting what they call a space shuttle white pine. Back in April 4th of 1997, white pine seedlings traveled 17,400 miles per hour for a distance of 1.4 million miles on a space shuttle. And then they were planted. Now Linden is going to have one of those seedlings. We're going to have the ceremony on Arbor Day. It's going to be planted with the appropriate memorial or plaque in front of the Linden Library. Again, the day will be picked, and we will be announcing that. So that's something very unique to our city, and not many cities throughout the nation are getting one of those white pine seedlings. With that, end of report, Council President.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to move into resolutions. I'm going to ask Mr. Brown to remove 2012-109 from consideration.
2012, or we removing 109?
2012-109.
Thank you, sir. I make a motion to remove Resolution 2012-109. You seek a second?
Second.
Mr. Colbus?
Yes.
Koziel?
Yes.
Brown?
Yes.
Armstead?
Yes.
Crosby Hurling?
Yes.
Sadowski?
Yes.
Sheehy?
No.
Yemakaitis?
Yes.
Frazier?
Yes.
Kaczynski?
Yes.
Mr. Moore?
Yes.
Motion is approved.
Thank you. Public comments will be permitted on specific resolutions to be removed from the consent approval. Please read the synopsis of the resolutions which have been prepared by the city clerk's office. Each is informative and self-explanatory. However, if you wish to address a specific resolution, the council will entertain any questions. Does anyone wish to remove resolutions 2012-77 through 2012-134, excluding 2012-109 that we just removed? Am I right? Pat Hero? 93? 98? 113, 115, 126, 131. Am I right? In the back. 116, 117, 93, 96, 98. 110, 115, 117. Anyone else on my right? In the center, sir? 131. What would you repeat that? 123, 115, 119, 99, 97, 96. Anyone in the center on my left? Ask for a motion on the remainder.
Council President, I want to remove 112. I want to speak about that quickly.
Okay. And 112. Motion? Motion, please.
Which ones? I just need a list of all the ones that were.
Okay.
I make a motion for approval of resolutions 77 to 134 with exceptions of 93, 96, 97, 98, 99, 110, 112, 113, 115, 116, 117, 126, and 131, and 123. And 119?
That's what I wrote down.
Ask for a second.
Second.
Mr. Colvis?
Yes.
Cosio?
Yes.
Brown?
Yes.
Armstead?
Yes.
Yes.
Crosby Hurling?
Yes.
Sadowski?
Yes.
Sheehy?
Yes.
Yamakaitis?
Yes.
Frazier?
Yes.
Kaczynski?
Yes.
Mr. Moore?
Yes. 2012-93, Ms. Hero.
Pat Hero, Wheat Chief Road. My question is, we're hiring Greener by Design for $60,000, and I believe this isn't the first time that we've hired them. How much grant money did they bring in? I believe it was last year. Or am I incorrect in my assumption that this is not the first time that we've hired them?
Let's do that.
We hired them last year also, and they're working on several grants. They've worked with us with New Jersey Transit, where we got, I'm sorry, not New Jersey Transit, Transit Village from the DOT, where we got $100,000 for Transit Village to be used for beautification around the train station. I've gone to the DOT with them to lobby for that, and they have other issues that they have looking at having a greenhouse to be given as a grant, and I feel that the $60,000 is well invested for this firm to try to help us receive more monies.
Okay, personally, I like to see the work done in-house, but that's just my opinion. Thank you.
Mrs. Malik.
Virginia Malik, Linden Road. Going back to, my question is, like, why do we really need this? And then what is the focus for this broad scope? Because it says here, with respect, responding to our needs. Now, Mayor, you were saying something about the transit village. I mean, that's just one item. What I'd like to have someone say, what are our needs that they're going to be addressing for this amount of money? You were going to say something?
Oh, all right. Greener by design. I mean, I think all council members here have a relationship with the guy who owns this company. By the way, he is a Linden resident. He's actually used to work in the DEP. I think he was maybe the second or third head person in the DEP down in Trenton. He doesn't only help us with the environmental stuff, where he's looking at ways to save the city money through whether solar power, or this guy is very creative, and where he's looking at ways to save us money on one end when it comes to energy consumption, and then he's also helping us as far as bringing grant money. I mean, the guy's the expert in grants. Where I think we brought him in was for mostly environmental stuff. His scope has been expanded where he helps us out a great deal.
What?
I mean, by the next council meeting, maybe we can get actual numbers, but he does also submit regular reports to us where we are on certain grant programs, certain requests. I personally reached out to him on one issue with New Jersey Transit on the platform, where you have on the quick check side, the platform ends right on the second ward side. I want to see that extended to the other side, hoping that that's going to reduce some of the pedestrians that are walking out in the middle of the street. First person I reached out to is Adam, because he has the contacts down in Trenton to see if there's any money, and he helps development in other communities like Woodbridge.
Well, that's Woodbridge, this is Linden. But my one question is, we just mentioned about the train extending that platform.
That was just one way.
All right, but we have a city engineer. I mean, can't this be done by someone else that's within the city to do this? Just for the one case that you're just mentioning. I'm just questioning, it seems it's a lot of money, as it was mentioned previously. The scope, what is the scope? What are our needs that this person's going to be addressing? And you mentioned about grant writing. I hear this so much.
Mrs. Malik, Mr. Sheehy would like to address that.
Sure.
I'd like to help you with that. Anything that we're looking to purchase, any project we're looking to do, we call Greener by Design, and they research if there's any grant available. Like in any different direction. Like when we were purchasing the garbage truck last year, we were trying to get an environmental, because of the new pollution laws, and the new truck has different pollution equipment on it. We were trying to go that way, and he's hands-on. He's very knowledgeable of this. To take someone out of this one department to do it, it's very tough. But the big key is, whatever we're purchasing and whatever project is going on, we contact Greener by Design, and they try hunting down grant money for us.
How many consultants do we have in this city that are actually writing grants? Because grants have been coming up, quite a bit. So
Mr.
can someone
Brown?
say?
I don't have the question to that. We can get it, but I didn't.
Yeah, I'd like to know that, because there's a lot of grant writing being done. I've seen it, resolutions, money being given out for this. So I just like to hear this.
And the grants are the one aspect as far as what he does. Like I said, he comes up with ways of us saving money, where he's not only, but he's done it in other towns.
That's
like
fine.
I said, from energy consumption. Also, I know he's talking about redevelopment down in the, Mayor, what is that, what Adam was working on, the industrial,
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
the project that Adam keeps talking about as far as the industry, the industrial hub, or not?
It's a village.
The industrial hub is for ConocoPhillips, getting other corporations in there because they have vacant property, such as we have the Cogen, which is GE. We have DuPont in the industrial hub at ConocoPhillips, which is sulfur. We have chemical, Infineum, which is chemicals. So he's working on that issue too, to get more revenue in using existing brown fields. Again, these grants are lengthy, pages upon pages, and it's not something that we have the ability or the expertise to do. And for $60,000, we're getting a bargain.
Sure.
We truly are.
That's fine, but I'd like to hold someone accountable for like how many consultants we have for writing this. And what you're just mentioning about the industrial hub, I'd like to put a plug in for the Linden strategic vision that we have. all this was actually mentioned in that and has been worked on for a couple of years. So this Adam fellow that you're talking about, I think, is picking a lot of people's brains where a lot of the stuff is coming from. So credit should be given to this. I'll put a plug in once again for the Linden Strategic Vision Plan.
Yeah, I'm sorry. There's one other thing too. I don't want to make it seem like it's just one individual. I think we're getting our best bang for the buck because we're getting a whole company at our disposal. So whereas it's not just one individual, one consultant, it's a whole business that's helping us out. And if we can't reach Adam, there's somebody else. I mean, I think the success we've had with him is just amazing. He's really helped us out a lot.
Motion, please.
Peter.
Motion.
I make a motion and seek a second for Resolution 2012-93. I seek a second.
Second.
Kalbus.
Yes.
Koziel.
Yes.
Brown.
Yes.
Armstead.
Yes.
Cosby Hurling.
Yes.
Sadowski.
Yes.
Sheehy.
Yes.
Yamakaitis.
Yes.
Frazier.
Yes.
Kaczynski.
Yes.
Mr. Moore.
Yes. 2012-96, Mr. Sharpie.
Yes, this is the putting out of $5,400 more. We had the money in the budget. It says an increasing the bid, 36,000. You know, do we have this money?
There's no.
Is there any other purchasing agents in the city?
There's no bid being put out. She's the qualified purchasing agent. By law, she can go out without bidding to a certain threshold. That threshold has been raised by the state, and this is a resolution acknowledging her authority to go out to that new threshold that's established by the state. There's no money involved. It's simply the bid threshold for contracts.
Okay, thank you.
Mrs. Malik.
On here, Anne Marie, does she have two positions, or was she transferred from another position to this position?
No, she's the qualified purchasing agent. She has been.
So it's appointing Anne Marie as a qualifying. So what was she before this?
You annually have to appoint and designate someone as the QPA.
Good. Okay, thank you.
We have a motion, please.
I make a motion for 2012-16 and seek a second.
96.
96, sorry.
Thank you.
Second.
Mr. Kalbus.
Yes.
Koziel.
Yes.
Brown.
Yes.
Armstead.
Yes.
Cosby Hurling.
Yes.
Sadowski.
Yes.
Sheehy.
Yes.
Yamakaitis.
Yes.
Frazier.
Yes.
Kaczynski.
Yes.
Mr. Moore.
Yes. 2012-97, Mr. Sharpie.
Is this showing that we put it into the next budget, the subject to 2012 budget? Authorizing state contract, is this go affect next year's budget, the 60,000? Is it in this year's 2011 budget, or is it in their 2012 budget?
Chief.
2012. 2012 budget.
Which doesn't start until July 1st, correct?
Correct.
Okay, all right.
Motion, please.
I make a motion for the approval of 2012-97 to seek a second.
Second.
Mr. Kalbus.
Yes.
Koziel.
Yes.
Brown.
Yes.
Armstead.
Yes.
Cosby Hurling.
Yes.
Sadowski.
Yes.
Sheehy.
Yes.
Yamakaitis.
Yes.
Frazier.
Yes.
Kaczynski.
Yes.
Mr. Moore.
Yes. 2012-98, Pat Hero.
Yeah, everything old is new again. It was interesting at the conference meeting last night because it seemed that there was some confusion with regard to this, because there's certainly confusion where I'm concerned with regard to this. Did we have this last year? Because somehow I thought we didn't, or it was, can you explain?
Mr. Roth? Yes, we have offer our employees waiver of benefits The law has been changing since '08. Every year they change it a little bit. Now, and there was no confusion. I just didn't get to see the resolution last night before it was presented to council. The law has changed that if you are limited now to 25% of the premium or $5,000, whichever is less. We offer $4,000 as an incentive for employees to waive their health benefits, thereby saving us anywhere between $8,000 and $21,000 every time an employee waives benefits, depending on what kind of family plan, parent, child, employee, spouse, or single plan they get. The reason I want to take a look at the resolution is I want to ensure that that 25% it was in there also, because some people may not qualify for the full $4,000 that we offer.
I guess I'd like to take a copy of, I'd like to get a copy of that resolution also, because I'm wondering whether it's possible for someone who, say, would work for the Board of Education and yet has another job, could they get that $4,000? I mean, if they're already covered under that and has like a municipal job.
Well, the answer to your question is maybe. The reason I say that is if you are under the laws presently exist, if two municipalities or boards of ed or any other municipal entity are both in the state health benefits plan, then you cannot coordinate your benefits. You can't take both. You can't take one and waive one. You can't do that. If someone is in a health plan that's not the state health benefits plan, then yes, it's possible that someone could take benefits from someplace else and waive them here.
Okay, thank you.
Mrs. Malik, Mrs. Malik, please.
Further on this point here, how many city employees or potentially are capable of getting this benefit here?
I have no idea off the top of my head, and potentially there would be no way for the city to know what the potential is.
All right, why don't we just start, how many city employees do we currently have, and then a rough number, go from there?
I don't even know. All right, how many city employees do we have? What? About 600 employees? And my understanding is only 10, you're saying 10 get the waiver? About 10 get the waiver, I'm told.
About 10 get the waiver only?
Yes.
Okay, and...
I mean, that was last year, I don't know about this year. I mean, it's...
And then the $4,000 that they're offering now, was that what we had before? I thought it was like $3,000. Was it raised to $4,000?
No, it's been $4,000.
$4,000, okay. And, okay. I think Councilman Frazier had alluded to that the contracts for the city employees are coming up for this year, okay?
Next year.
Next year.
13.
So is this issue being discussed with them that this could be taken away or part of the negotiations or what?
I'm not, as a plan, I really don't like removing the waiver because it does save the city substantial monies. Otherwise, they could we would be paying for everybody's health benefits, which could again be, you're looking at, I think, a family plan, dental.
But is
the prescription costs us about $25,000, $26,000 for a family.
All right, so for 6,000 people that we have working for the city,
600.
600 people that we have working for the city, and this is just one option that you're saying that we're saving some money, but is the discussion of health plan, health benefits being included in the discussion with the city employees?
Well, I'd rather not discuss my negotiations plans, but by law, the new Chapter 78 will be moving in, which is the 1.5, once the contract expires, they're going to be moving into either 1.5% of their salary or the grid that the state developed. So that's, right off the bat, that's going to happen.
Say that over
regardless of
again, please.
negotiations.
Just please repeat what you just said again. It's
Chapter 78 came into play, which now requires employees not just to pay 1.5% of their health benefits, but they also have this grid that's ridiculously complicated and exceptionally overblown. But it's out there, and then we'd have to calculate based upon salary how much they would contribute towards their health benefits, and that's before we ever get into negotiations. That's probably a matter of law.
So then eventually, if they have to pay for their health benefits, then this waiving in the $4,000 becomes, obsolete, or it's not necessary.
No, they could still waive it. It might actually be more of incentive to waive it because these people now would have, if they have an option to get health benefits elsewhere, why would they pay, upwards of 33% for their health benefits if they can get it somewhere else?
So it's never going to be even included that they don't have this option. I mean, if you have two people that are getting health benefits in a family and one is paying for it, why do we even have to actually offer them an option to waive it and just say, you're covered?
We don't, Ms. Melnick, but again, I'd rather not discuss on TV my contracting strategies.
Very good, thank you.
Have a motion, please. On 2012-98.
I make a motion for the approval of 2012-98 and seek a second.
Second.
Mr. Colvis?
Yes.
Cosio?
Yes.
Brown?
Yes.
Armstead?
Yes.
Cosby Hurling?
No.
Sadowski?
Yes.
Sheehy?
Yes.
Yemakaitis?
Yes.
Frazier?
Yes.
Kaczynski?
Yes.
Mr. Moore?
Yes. 2012-99, Mr. Sharpie.
Well, I see that they did all the sewers, and we gave them to do the entire city, all 10 wards, $48,000. And for one sewer that they found throughout the whole...
99. Yeah. This is 2012-99. Okay. May I have a motion on 2012-99, please?
Seek the approval of 2012-99 and ask for a second.
Second.
Mr. Colvis?
Yes.
Cosio?
Yes.
Brown?
Yes.
Armstead?
Yes.
Cosby Hurling?
Yes.
Sadowski?
Yes.
Sheehy?
Yes.
Yemakaitis?
Yes.
Frazier?
Yes.
Kaczynski?
He's excused for a moment.
Mr. Moore?
Yes. All right. 2012-110. Mrs. Malik?
There's been many resolutions similar to this where has to be disposal of surplus equipment and authorizing, their disposal. In this case here, they're talking about like cell phones. The question that I have, is there any policy or protocol for distributing equipment and not necessarily having it discretionary to maybe the manager of department? Because, we have a lot of equipment, it's surplus. Granted, at times things become obsolete, but for cell phones, I'm just picking on this. Does everyone, or all the people that have cell phones, is it really necessary? All the people that get this type of equipment, that type of equipment, do we have some sort of policy for issuing this equipment so we can maybe avoid at times everyone getting this equipment and then it becomes obsolete, it's surplus, whatever?
Mr. Bodak?
It depends what the equipment is. Sometimes it's sold as scrap, sometimes it's designated. When the department head determines that it's no longer usable.
You're not answering my question. I'm saying is, do we have a policy for giving out equipment?
We don't
Any
give it
policy
out.
or, for issuing various pieces of equipment to people?
I don't.
Or is it just done as a discretion? If someone says, I want this, I want that, they get it? Is there any checks and balances?
No.
Mr. Brown?
I understand what you're saying. Basically, what you're saying is that if I go in and say I want a cell phone, do we just give it, or do we have any policy saying only supervisors get cell phones?
Correct.
Only
Or it could be
supervisors get
cars,
laptop?
anything.
Yeah. I think that's what she's asking. If we have a
Yes.
policy in place, who gets what equipment?
It would be up to the department head then.
If I remember correctly, several years ago, there was a policy, and it was about cell phones. I know that Mayor Bunker took great pleasure in getting the cell phones from, like, custodians and taking, the car from the former council president, things like that. I'm not sure if there exists currently a true policy in place, because there are still some cell phones available in the police department.
Cell phones is just one item, but there could be any type of issuance of
The
equipment.
other stuff, as far as equipment, is going to be radios and computer equipment. The majority of the business equipment is not given to the employees. They use it in their daily work.
Just
So-
Council President?
Mr. Hudak?
If I may, I understand your question, but it's off the topic of the resolution. It's really a discussion for the public session. This resolution only deals with the disposal of used equipment, and so
Okay.
the discussion really should be limited to that point of view, and the other
Sure.
question would be more appropriate for a later public session.
Good enough.
Motion, please.
That's a good question.
2012-110.
I seek approval of 2012-110. Seek a second.
Second.
Mr. Kolb?
Yes.
Koziel?
Yes.
Brown?
Yes.
Armstead?
Yes.
Crosby Hurling?
Yes.
Sadowski?
Yes.
Sheehy?
Yes.
Yemakaitis?
Yes.
Frazier? Kaczynski?
Yes.
Mr. Moore?
Yes. 2012-112, Mr. Brown.
This is, I brought this up because this is the second month we're voting on this. And I know some residents had concerns about this, especially in my ward and elsewhere, about installing additional red light cameras. We briefly spoke about this. My vote, I'm voting no against this because we're about between 2 to 2.3 million over cap. It's projected that by approving this, basically this is going to close that gap of us being over the cap. My fear is us basically nickel and diming residents, through fees and fines to balance our budget rather than addressing other creative ways of reducing the budget through budget cuts. With that being said, if this is approved, I mentioned in the back that I would like to see money that is generated from these red light cameras to be applied through trust to other areas in Linden where we have a traffic issue. Perfect example, Northwood Avenue, Elizabeth Avenue. What I'd like to see is, if we're getting money from one end, that money be applied to other traffic hotspots like Wood Avenue, Elizabeth Avenue, rather than the money that's being generated be applied to, cell phones, or be applied to printers, be applied to toners. So again, if this gets approved, I want to see that funds get appropriated back into traffic safety issues.
Mr. President?
Yes.
If I may?
Please.
I'd just like to make a remark. Per my comments during my report, I very much agree with Mr. Brown. With our budget, looming and facing deficits, I very much see this as an attempt for revenue injection. With the 3 added intersections that we'd be looking at, Route 1 and 9 would be completely, all the lights, all the intersections except for Bachelor Avenue, Clinton Street, and Woodlawn Avenue would have red light cameras. It would be a stretch, an 8-lane stretch from Elizabeth to Rowway with no less than 6 cameras. So will we make money on it? Yes. Will it make our streets safer? Hopefully. But what I see that as right now is a way to get revenue in, and I think we should be concentrating more on internal ways to reduce the budget. So I very much agree with Peter. We all have dangerous intersections, dangerous roadways, which need help. I have them in the 2nd Ward. Everybody has them. And I think they need to be addressed first. But I'd be voting no on this as well.
Chief, is the sergeant here that gave the presentation for the lights, who indicated that he took nothing into consideration as far as revenue was concerned? It was strictly a safety item?
Strictly safety, nothing for revenue. He's not here, though. He went home for the
We can't hear you.
Council President?
You have to use the mic, Chief. I couldn't hear you.
I said that the sergeant is gone for the day. He went home at 9 o'clock. But yeah, financially, that wasn't considered, it was just considered for safety purposes.
Can I make a comment, Council President?
Council President, I asked to be...
Number one, it's 5 lights. I'd like to correct Councilman Cosio. We have six, if this is approved, there would be 6 cameras, but 5 would be on Route 1. And these intersections were approved by the state as the most hazardous intersections in the city of Linden. And if you think about it, one of the major reasons is Linden is one of the few communities that have a 6-lane highway, Route 1 and 9, where you could make left turns off of that highway. Most other municipalities, you cannot make left turns, or there's jug-handle turns. And we have had serious accidents on all these intersections. They have not been randomly picked out. They've been picked out by the state as the most dangerous, and that's the reason why these red lights are there. I know myself with the 3 red light intersections that we now have, it has improved my driving behavior. I am far more careful, and I know that there's other people that are far more careful. And the issue is not money, the issue is safety, and I've said time and time again, if you obey the law, you will not get a ticket, you will not get fined, and the city of Linden will have safe intersections. That is just my opinion. Thank you, Council President.
Councilman Brown. Thank you. First, again, the traffic gentleman who brought this up is looking at it from a safety point of view. However, what I'm saying, and let me be clear, from the Personnel Finance Committee, this is being looked at from a revenue source. The proof of that is during the budget meeting that was held last week, and unfortunately I wasn't there, this was brought up as a revenue source. This was talked about as a revenue source. So again, I understand we have difference of opinion. Again, I look at this as a revenue source. It was talked about as a revenue source last week as well.
Mr. President.
Mr. Armstead.
There was talk of this money being put into some sort of trust. Is that at all possible? My question is directed to Christina.
I guess that's something that we'll have to get permission from the state for. We can definitely look into it, because right now it's just being taken in as a general revenue to support the budget.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Mr. President?
Oh, Council President, if I may?
Mr. Sadowski.
Oh.
3 of these cameras will be in the 6th ward, my ward. I get calls right now, middle of the night, half of that from the police department about person being killed or accidents or a truck and so on and so forth. Last time here, I voted against this. Now, I went out looking, I checked some facts. I talked to people who live in Linden. They don't like the cameras, but they say it helps them drive safer. Now, the 3 intersections would be Style Street, Wood Avenue, and BJ's exit. Those are the 3 that will be on the highway in the 6th ward. I don't like the cameras myself, but they are helping save people from being hurt, I believe. And like the mayor said, if you're driving the way you should, you will not get fined. So before this is voted on, I will vote for them, because I think it will be a benefit, first to the city, second to the people in the 6th ward. They can't cross the street to go to church because the lights are all fouled up. People are running the red lights. St. Teresa's have to have a cop there sometimes on Sunday to have people cross. And these are older people, of course. So just ahead of time, I will be voting yes for it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Cosio?
Yes, thank you, Council President. I very much respect Councilman Sadowski's opinion, and there's no doubt that they are changing people's driving habits. However, I will challenge this council should this pass tonight, and I will not approve it, but should this pass tonight, we heard some grim details last night about possible tax appeals coming up in the future. Should this pass, I will challenge this council to create a special fund or depository for any monies that come in here, not to go into the general fund, but to go into a special account for tax appeals, which we're going to be facing an incredible amount of tax appeals and challenges within the next few years. I don't want to make it a burden to the taxpayer, but again, if we do our due diligence working on this budget, we will come in where we need to be, but it's going to hurt. This is not a way to inject revenue into the budget. I don't want it to be viewed as that. If we are going to do this to make sure that our streets are safer, and we'll monitor that, and we had some dialogue with our police personnel on that subject earlier tonight. This money, should this pass, this money should go into a place where it will be where we could not touch it for the general fund. It will be there for tax appeals and surplus and for emergencies in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Motion for 2012-112.
I make a motion for 2012-112 and seek a second.
Second.
Mr. Colvin?
Yes.
Koziel?
No.
Brown?
No.
Armstead?
Yes.
Cosby Hurling?
No.
Sadowski?
Yes.
Sheehy?
Yes.
Yamikaitis?
No.
Frazier?
Yes.
Kaczynski?
Yes.
Mr. Moore?
Yes. 2012-113, Pat Hero.
What is the nature of the flex spending account?
Mr. Roth. It's the medical. When,
Okay. The flex spending account is something that we're required to set up now in the state of New Jersey for public employees, and it's basically you take money out of your account, your salary, pre-tax. The city holds it in trust, so to speak, which is what this is for. And then what you do is the employee can gets a credit card and can use it for co-pays for doctor visits, all kinds of sundry medical needs. And it comes off your salary pre-tax.
Ooh, excellent, just like I was talking about in conference. This is great, thank you.
Yes?
motion, please.
I make a motion for 2012-113 and seek a second.
Second.
Mr. Colvin?
Yes.
Koziel?
Yes.
Brown?
Yes.
Armstead?
Yes.
Cosby Hurling?
Yes.
Sadowski?
Yes.
Sheehy?
Yes.
Yamikaitis?
Yes.
Frazier?
Yes.
Kaczynski?
Yes.
Mr. Moore?
Yes. 2012-115, Pat Hero.
Should have stayed up here. Who was our redevelopment council before McManaman in Scotland?
Originally started out as the Gibbons firm.
Excuse me?
The Gibbons firm.
Okay. Just was curious on that. So we have now spent, not including them, we have spent up to date $50,932.84. And of course, we had that little thing about 50, I think it was 5609, which shows that we will probably be continuing to spend money on, law firms with regard to redevelopment, which is why government doesn't belong in the redevelopment business. And I don't understand why some of you on council get it to your credit, and some of you just still don't. If you want to save money, you get government out of the redevelopment business. Thank you.
Mrs. Malik.
Just ditto on what was just said here, but also I want to just admonish anyone that had voted for 5609 ordinance that was off the wall, because you voted for that and it was passed, you're just going to be making or giving these people more money. and we're wasting our money doing this. So that's all I have to say.
Mr. Sharpie?
16.
It's 15.
115, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm in agreement with my neighbor there too, you know, we're putting out money that we don't have. You know, all these services, getting redevelopment and all this, we ain't got the money. You know, you're putting money out there, you ain't got it. You gotta hit $2.3 million to get down to 2% cap. Why are we putting out money that we ain't got? You got a deadline. Or is this council gonna meet it? Let's get this budget down to where the taxpayers only had to pay $100. You know, it's time to stop spending. You got a deadline, which is less than 90 days. Why are you going out and putting money out if you ain't got it? When's it gonna stop, City Council?
Motion, please.
I make a motion for the passage of 2012-115. Seek a second.
Second.
Mr. Colvin?
Yes.
Kozio?
Yes.
Brown?
Yes.
Armstead?
Yes.
Crosby Hurling?
Yes.
Sadowski?
Yes.
Sheehy?
No.
Yamakaitis?
Yes.
Frazier?
Yes.
Kaczynski?
Yes.
Mr. Moore?
Yes. 2012-116, Mrs. Wilberdink.
I want to combine 116 and 117 because they're related to the same thing. I'm not against the walkway because I think I'm going to enjoy it because I enjoy the one that goes through the Great Swamp. I'm just a bit concerned about the wording here. The one talks about for the administration of the walkway trail system, that's 116. The second one talks about for compliance issue with the administrative consent order at the landfill. Combined, it comes to $71,000. So I just wanted to find out what all this administrative stuff is. Mr. Frazier, since you're so involved in that, could you explain it?
Sure. Well, the first one, the administration basically is just having the engineering firm there to make sure that the work is done according to the bid structure, all right? And that's what Birdsall provides. With regard to the second one, concerning the administration order, as you know, we do have an ACO. We'll probably have it for a good number of years, and it spells out specific items that we have to do, such as monitoring both the test wells, the port wells, monitoring of the various waters, monitoring the leachate, monitoring the visometers, and so forth. And that's a yearly bid that we put out. And Birdsall happened to get that. Okay? They're two separate items.
Okay. It's just, it seems like a big amount. That's what I was concerned about.
Well, it's proper that they be broken apart so we know exactly, you know, what they're working on. And one item requires the extreme quarterly reporting to the DEP, which is handled properly.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Motion, please.
Should I do 16 and 17 together?
2012-116.
And 117.
And 17, I'm going to do them together.
No, I have to do them separately because I have a speaker on 117.
Okay. I seek the approval of 2012-116 and ask for a second.
Second.
Mr. Colvin?
Yes.
Kozio?
Yes.
Brown?
No.
Armstead?
Yes.
Crosby Hurling?
Yes.
Sadowski?
Yes.
Sheehy?
Yes.
Yamakaitis?
Yes.
Frazier?
Yes.
Kaczynski?
Yes.
Mr. Moore?
Yes. 2012-117, Mrs. Malik. We have a motion on 117, please.
I make a motion for the approval of
Thank you, Mr.
2012-117 and seek a second.
Second.
Mr. Colvin?
Yes.
Kozio?
Yes.
Brown?
No.
Armstead?
Yes.
Crosby Hurling?
Yes.
Sadowski?
Yes.
Sheehy?
Yes.
Yamakaitis?
Yes.
Frazier?
Yes.
Kaczynski?
Yes.
Mr. Moore?
Yes. 2012-119, Mr. Sharpie.
Yes, like I was saying, now, 48,000 we gave him last month. He came back with one sewer. But that price for one sewer to get fixed is, wow, that's a lot of money. For one sewer, $6,000, that's a lot of money you have to put out for just sewer basin and all that, you know. I wouldn't mind coming back with $3,000 to fix the sewer. You imagine how many sewers would have been bad? It ain't bad for a city, only one sewer. But $6,000, woo! Could that go out for bid? You know,
Mr. Fakiti?
You know, this cleaning company, you know, they're taking you across. $6,000 just to fix one? If there would have been more than one, what would it have cost us?
Mr. Verchek. Mr. Sheehy.
This is an awful big sewer line. The sewer was collapsed. It was an emergency situation. Have you ever been down in a sewer?
Yeah.
Well, there was a gang of guys there for a few days. They actually had to restructure the sewer. It was a hazard to our city, plus the camera and the labor and all the work. I feel $6,000 is more than reasonable. And it's not a, it's collapsed. The sewer is 100 years old.
But how far down are we going? 12 feet?
No,
I've been down there.
Mr. Verchek.
And how much labor, how many minutes does it entail?
Mr. Verchek, can you help us, tell us how deep we had to go down there?
The manhole was 12 feet deep. It was double brick, and bricks were falling apart. He had to clean up the bricks, power wash it, put waterproof grout, and then cement the entire interior of the manhole for that price.
Did anybody go out and get a price of bricks? How many bricks were used? And did you look at that? If the city men had to go out and do that, what would it have cost us?
They couldn't do it because they don't have confined entry.
You don't have what?
Confined entry. It's an OSHA regulation. It has to be done by a licensed contractor.
Thank you, Mr. Verchek. A motion, please.
But still, it's a big amount of money. Took you across.
On 2012-119.
I make a motion for the passage of 2012-119 and seek a second.
Second.
Mr. Colbus?
Yes.
Koziel?
Yes.
Brown?
Yes.
Armstead?
Yes.
Cosby Hurling?
Yes.
Sadowski?
Yes.
Sheehy?
yes.
Yemakaitis?
Yes.
Frazier?
Yes.
Kaczynski?
Yes.
Mr. Moore?
Yes. 2012-123, Mr. Sharpie.
Here we go again.
Parking garage.
Yeah. That's all we need.
Oh, yeah. That's the back parking garage here we're talking about. Has anyone else come in with a price?
Mr. McDonald,
Yeah.
could you answer that?
There was 3 bids.
Only one person come in and looked at the back garage?
No. 3
And
bids.
this is the lowest bid? Yes. Okay. No problem. Low bid.
Thank you. Motion, please.
Seek a motion for 2012-123 and ask for a second.
Second.
Mr. Colbus?
Yes.
Koziel?
Yes.
Brown?
Yes.
Armstead?
Yes.
Cosby Hurling?
Yes.
Sadowski?
Yes.
Sheehy?
Yes.
Yemakaitis?
Yes.
Frazier?
Yes.
Kaczynski?
Yes.
Mr. Moore?
Yes. 2012-126, Pat Hero.
I have to read this because I just have the feeling that I want to discover a new career. Resolution awarding a contract to Video Corporation of America for the LindenTV 36 multimedia design upgrade for the city of Linden in the amount of their low bid of $285,045.04. Paid for out of dedicated fees that can only be used for this purpose. What are we getting for, now I understand the dedicated fees, I imagine. Is this something with Comcast
Mr. Cosio, could you help her out?
Yes.
I'll take that question, Council President. Patty, we get money from Comcast that's in an account every year, and it's over the last several years, we had money that we went in, and it was just accruing money in there, so we decided with public property to go down to our studio system and to revamp it. It does not cost the taxpayer $1, one dime, 1 cent.
Well, okay, except for, I guess, we pay Comcast, if we do subscribe to Comcast, and therefore...
Well, that's your choice as a citizen to get cable or not, yes.
Exactly. I have not been a Comcast subscriber for like the last 8 years. But I guess that's my choice. But, so we're going to be having this, but what happened, wasn't it a few years ago we had an upgrade in our system with new cameras and such? I mean, what's up with this? What's the difference?
I don't think in the last 5 years, Mr. McDonald, maybe even more.
Mr. McDonald, could you come to the mic, please?
Yes.
Yes, please.
For the people at home.
Yes, we also took over the Board of Education videotaping as well. So they used to run our videos and our, they used to run TV 36, we took it back. Right.
Now we do. The upgrade that was done a couple of years ago was just on the cameras that are in the courtroom and the microphone system. That was it. As far as the rest of the equipment, it's all needs to be replaced. Okay?
Sarah, one of the reasons
Thank you, Mr.
why
McDonald.
when I came on, the sound didn't work. People couldn't hear us on TV. The cameras were shot, and I just said, this is intolerable. When I found out we had a dedicated account, I worked with the councilman it's a year later. This is how far we've come. So we're looking for improvements. Ask for a motion on 2012-126.
Make a motion for 2012-126 and ask for a second.
Second.
Mr. Kolb?
Yes.
Cosio?
Yes.
Brown?
Yes.
Armstead?
Yes.
Crosby Hurling?
Yes.
Sadowski?
Yes.
Sheehy?
Yes.
Yemakaitis?
Yes.
Frazier?
Yes.
Kaczynski?
Yes.
Mr. Moore?
Yes. 2012-131, Pat Hero. Mr. Sharpie.
Okay, here we are again. Part of the court system. Most cities have prosecutors and assistant prosecutors. Most cities have a prosecutor and an assistant prosecutor. And they prosecute, both salaries are included in one. Just like tonight, we had the judge and the assistant judge. Now, this attorney will be giving a salary of how much? How much does Nick get?
Mr. Scutari is an assistant city attorney. He gets a salary of that. I'm not sure off the top of my head. It's about $69,000. The designation of prosecutor is required by statute and court rule. In all due respect, Mr. Shapi, most municipalities do not have a prosecutor and assistant prosecutor. Large cities like Elizabeth, Newark have multiple, but they are of a different order of magnitude than most municipalities in the state of New Jersey.
But our courts are getting bigger, correct? What was his absenteeism last year, 2011? What, going out, his salary is
Mr. Sharpie,
$69,000
if you want to know what the
Let's
employees'
get-
records
no.
are, you can come by my office and we'll discuss it then. I don't carry records around me.
No, you're not getting me, Mr. Hudak, on this one. No, you're not. See? There goes your budget again, Mr. Hudak. Sorry, you stick out of this. This is me as a taxpayer in this city. I want an answer.
My office is upstairs. You're welcome to stop by
No, I
tomorrow.
ain't fighting with you, and that's it. And I'm not an ass either. The next time you or your son call me an ass,
Mr.
both of you are
Sharpie.
going out.
He's cursing, and he shouldn't be
Stay
allowed
out
to
of
continue
this.
to speak.
This resolution requires a prosecutor and his substitute to be budgeted in.
Council
His
President.
salary is $69,000. I say the assistant to be put in there for the whole year of $50,000. That means that's $130,000 had to be paid for this position.
Council President.
over the year?
You have a question?
A resolution for
Mr.
an
Brown.
assistant prosecutor.
Mr. Brown has a question. A response for you.
Yeah, John Hudak, correct me if I'm wrong. This is just every year we have to appoint a municipal prosecutor. And what happened is that Nick Scutari, he is a municipal attorney. So basically, if we don't appoint him, we appoint somebody else, we're actually be paying more money. He's not getting extra money for being the municipal prosecutor, correct?
That's correct.
So basically what happens is that he's in a role right now as assistant municipal attorney. His term didn't end yet, but every year we have to do a municipal prosecutor. So rather than go out and pay somebody else, he's doing two jobs.
Okay. Doing three then. But, okay, now how many assistant municipal attorneys do we have in the city? He's absent. Now, who can replace him in as the assistant?
Mr. Hudak.
How many?
We have two assistant municipal attorneys, Mr. McCarthy and Mr. Scutari. Mr. Scutari is designated as the prosecutor.
Okay, now, in his absence, who takes his place?
Well,
Who takes his place in his absence?
in his absence, if Mr. Scutari is not there, he brings in another acting prosecutor.
How about Mr. McCarthy? Can he do his duties?
No, he cannot. By rule, you cannot have every city attorney acting as the prosecutor. It's a conflict of interest. That's why Mr. Scutari is designated specifically.
We have 4 in the city?
Excuse me?
We have 4 assistant municipal attorneys?
Not to my knowledge.
I suggest we get a resolution asking for another municipal attorney to be budgeted for the whole year in his absence.
Thank you. Motion, please.
Wait, I wanted to say
Oh, I'm sorry. Mrs. Cosby Hurley.
I just wanted to say that, Mr. Shopper, you used foul language, and that's inappropriate. So I just wanted to ask you. You said the A word twice.
I chastised them for it. I said, Mr. Sharping.
Okay.
Motion, please.
Make a motion for the passage of 2012-131 and seek a second.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Hero.
Oh, sorry.
Miss Hero. Sorry, Mr. Brown.
Sorry.
I guess I'm going to have to use the A word myself, attorney.
Oh, no.
Sorry, couldn't resist that one. Actually, Assistant Municipal Attorney Nicholas P. Scutari, as I checked Data Universe, which, using the data from Data Universe, said his salary is $71,820, as I guess the Assistant Municipal Attorney / Municipal Prosecutor, and his salary, I believe in the Senate, if that's correct, it said Mercer, but I believe it's referring to him, is $49,000, which is a nice chunk of change if you ask me. Mr. Scutari is a very, very busy man. Mr. Scutari is a state senator from Linden and represents the Linden as in the state senate. He has his own law firm, and he also acts as municipal prosecutor for the city of Linden. He's also somewhat politically connected with several people on the council, having donated Scutari for Senate to at least 2 candidates who are currently on council, 2nd Ward Councilman and a 3rd Ward Councilman. Maybe more, but I've only been able to do so much with limited library time. I don't have my own computer. We've been talking about municipal prosecutor for quite a while now, and people say that you try municipal prosecutor and then you move up to judge. Well, I'd like to actually see somebody in that role as municipal prosecutor. Nothing against Mr. Scutari, want to say that. But I would like to see someone in that role who is going to be maybe ascending to judge in the future. Yes, I know we just appointed 2, but you never know. You know, we may have the need for a judge another time, or even maybe another judge to add to the city payroll. So I'd like to see somebody in that role of municipal prosecutor who will be moving up to judge. And given Mr. Scutari's various things, I mean, maybe that's what he wants to do sometime, but one slot was open and he didn't, apply, I guess, for it. So that's just what I'd like to see in the future. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Motion, please.
Make a motion for the passage of 2012-131 and seek a second.
Second.
Mr. Culp?
Yes.
Koziel?
Yes.
Brown?
Yes.
Armstead?
Yes.
Cosby Hurling?
Yes.
Sadowski?
Yes.
Sheehy?
No.
Yemakaitis?
Yes.
Frazier?
Yes.
Kaczynski?
Yes.
Mr. Moore?
Yes. Is there anyone who didn't get a chance to sign the sheets to speak? Please come up for public comment. The council, in order to take into consideration public input into proposed ordinance, will allow 3 minutes for each individual. Just trying to trick me here. Council, in order to take into consideration public input into proposed ordinances, will allow 3 minutes for each individual to speak on the ordinance on first reading. Council will not answer any questions, and everybody is reminded that the public hearing on each of these ordinances will be held next month. It's a council meeting. Ordinances on first reading. Mr. Clerk, 56, we have a list here?
5610,
Right.
an ordinance to amend and supplement Chapter 19, Parks, Ponds, and Recreational Areas as follows. Amend Section 19-1.1, prohibited conduct in public parks, playgrounds, and recreation facilities. Add, smoking shall be prohibited in all public parks, playgrounds, or other recreational facilities of the City of Linden where smoking is prohibited in accordance with NJSA 26:3D-55 at sequence, the New Jersey Smoke-Free Air Act.
Motion, please.
Mr. President, I ask that we move ordinance 5610 for introduction and ask for a second.
Second.
Mr. Colibus?
Yes.
Koziel?
Yes.
Brown?
Yes.
Armstead?
Yes.
Cosby Hurling?
Yes.
Sadowski?
Yes.
Sheehy?
No.
Yemakaitis?
Yes.
Frazier?
No.
Kaczynski?
Yes.
Mr. Moore?
No. 5611.
An ordinance to amend and supplement Chapter 4 General Licensing as follows. Section 4-34 Police Alarm Systems. Delete 4-34 Police Alarm Systems in its entirety. Add new Section 4-34 Reserved.
Motion.
I move for introduction for ordinance 5611 and request a second.
Second.
Mr. Colibus?
Yes.
Koziel?
Yes.
Brown?
Yes.
Armstead?
Yes.
Cosby Hurling?
Yes.
Sadowski?
Yes.
Sheehy?
Yes.
Yemakaitis?
Yes.
Frazier?
Yes.
Kaczynski?
Yes.
Mr. Moore?
Yes. 5614, I ask for a motion to remove from consideration.
5612 needs to be
Okay. 5612, remove from consideration.
Motion to remove, request a second.
Second.
Mr. Colibus?
Yes.
Koziel?
Yes.
Brown?
Yes.
Armstead?
Yes.
Cosby Hurling?
Yes.
Sadowski?
Yes.
Sheehy?
Yes.
Yemakaitis?
Yes.
Frazier?
Yes.
Kaczynski?
Yes.
Mr. Moore?
Yes. 5613.
An ordinance to amend and supplement Chapter 4 Animal Control as follows. Chapter 5. Delete 5-1.7A fees, seeing eye, and guide dogs exempted in its entirety. Add new Section 5-1.7A fees, seeing eye, and guide dogs exempted. Provides for a $2 per dog increase in the city licensing fees and exempting seeing eye and guide dogs from said fees.
Motion, please.
Move for introduction for ordinance 56-13 and request a second.
Second.
Mr. Colibus?
Yes.
Koziel?
Yes.
Brown?
Yes.
Armstead?
Yes.
Cosby Hurling?
Yes.
Sadowski?
Yes.
Sheehy?
No.
Yemakaitis?
Yes.
Frazier?
Yes.
Kaczynski?
Yes.
Mr. Moore?
Yes. 5614, motion to remove for consideration.
Move for motion, I'd like to make a motion to remove and request a second.
Second.
Mr. Colibus?
Yes.
Koziel?
Yes.
Brown?
Pulling this one.
Yes.
Armstead?
Yes.
Cosby Hurling?
Yes.
Sadowski?
Yes.
Sheehy?
Yes.
Yemakaitis?
Yes.
Frazier?
Yes.
Kaczynski?
Yes.
Mr. Moore?
Yes. 5615.
An ordinance to amend and supplement Chapter 7 Traffic as follows. Section 7-33 Handicap Parking Regulations, 7-33.1A Handicap Parking on Street. Add White Rock Baptist Church, 1 space, and 817 Essex Avenue, 1 space.
Motion, please.
I'm sorry, Mr. President, I move ordinance 5615 for introduction and ask for a second.
Second.
Mr. Colvin?
Yes.
Koziol?
Yes.
Brown?
Yes.
Armstead?
Yes.
Cosby Hurling?
Yes.
Sadowski?
Yes.
Sheehy?
Yes.
Yemakaitis?
Yes.
Frazier?
Yes.
Kaczynski?
Yes.
Mr. Moore?
Yes. Going to move into public comments for members of the public in attendance on city business only. No personal, political, derogatory comments. Reverend Derek Duman. Cynthia Crosby. Pat Hero.
First, I want to just do a little housekeeping matter here. Just want to clear up something, and hopefully you won't use the reply time to take away my minutes. I have a question with regard, and I'm probably tired of hearing this, but municipal judge of the city of Linden, it says on number 4, he will be waiving all benefits, and yet the mayor said that he was going to be having, both him and Ms. Corbett are going to be having pension benefits, which is correct.
Pension benefits.
Yes.
Mr. Armstead?
They will be having pension benefits.
Okay, so now we're going to add the cost of their future pensions to the future.
That was calculated in the overall savings of the position tonight.
Okay.
Yeah, Ms. Hero, the position, you cannot waive the pension, or either they're in the pension or they're in the deferred compensation plan, the new 401K plan under state law, but the employee cannot waive that. When you're employed, you become a member of whichever plan is applicable.
Right. You cannot waive the plan. You cannot waive that.
You're forced to. I try to waive it. You're forced to.
Okay. Okay, no problem. I mean, I can't blame people for wanting a pension. The one thing I'm thankful for is I still have a pension.
So your main comment now.
Okay. Now, I just want to salute the 5th Ward Councilwoman, the 6th Ward Councilman, the 7th Ward Councilman, and the 10th Ward Councilman. They know what this country was founded upon. For the rest of you, I'm going to give you some homework. Thought my councilman would appreciate that one. Your homework is
Yes.
to go and read the Declaration of Independence. Let me start it out for you. I'm going to do this a little bit from memory, so please forgive me if it's not totally correct. It says, "We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain inalienable rights, that among these are the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, that to secure these rights or liberties, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed." Do you think the governed consent to have their properties taken away from them? Do you consider that governments should be taking away people's property? None of us are safe in this country if that's correct. Why does the 1st to the 4th, the 8th and 9th councilman not get it? And Council President, you too. I just don't understand this. This is the fundamental bottom line purpose of government, to secure our rights, okay? Bottom line, before anything else, not to take it away and give it to some favored entity. I just don't understand it. And 5609 is so plain and clear. We're up there Valentine's Day, for heaven's sakes. And I did it because I love the Bill of Rights. I like to see some of you love the Bill of Rights even half as much as I do. Because there I am on Valentine's Day. There I was in January. If I would have been there in December if I had known that hearing was going on. And we're still there. And it hasn't been decided whether it's an area in need of redevelopment. But no, that's fine. We're just going to give it away to the UCIA. What are you people thinking? Or wait a minute, are you thinking anything at all? I just can't believe some of the way you voted tonight. It just totally, completely baffles me. And like I said, that's your homework. Go and read the Declaration of Independence and realize the greatness of which this country was founded upon. Thank you for your time.
Tony O's.
to the mayor, council president, and governing body, thank you for allowing me to speak at this time. I'd like to address this to my council lady, Rashana Crosby Hurley. It pleases me to have you as a council lady representing the people of Fifth Ward. You've shown the people in this city that you're a caring, concerned individual. This is my opinion and many others in Fifth Ward. I've called on you on many occasions. You may not have had the answer, but you pointed me in the right direction. I'd like to say to you, from the people of Fifth Ward, we love you and keep up the good work. Thank you.
Thank you. Paul Sharpie.
That's my closing argument for tonight. I'm Paul Sharpie, 315 2nd Avenue, Linden, New Jersey. Well, tomorrow morning, I take the second oath that I have. And that's, I do solemnly swear or affirm that I will support the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of New Jersey, that I will bear true faith and alliance to the same.
City business.
And to governments established in these United States of America.
Mr. Sharpie, what are you swearing to?
So help me God.
Why?
Why? Because tomorrow I get back into the political arena.
No politics
whatever.
involved.
In this city that I live in.
But there's no...
I paid taxes that have gone up.
You got to stick on the city business here.
Well, this is city business. With the authority of the people. And I paid taxes here since that time I moved in here. And they have never gone down. Never. Every year I've lived here, they've gone up, up. And I'm not getting back. I've not gotten a tax rebate from this city in all the years since I've been here, since 1994. Every year my taxes went up. Up. My paycheck didn't go up, like this. You know, when is it going to stop? When are the council members going to represent the people who pay your salaries? When? The money comes from us hard-working people here in this city, reside in this city, and live in this city, and run this city. How many people got to move out of this city for you to understand? You're elected to serve the people, the taxpayers. You are as the employees of these taxpayers here in this town. I've asked for the intersection at Curtis and Washington Avenue to have been fixed. My child could get hit walking across in front of Lawson Park. I've approached you, my councilman.
When have you approached
If my daughter gets killed on that street in that intersection,
Council President,
so help me
could I ask
God.
Mr. Sharpie a question, please?
Councilman, go ahead.
Mr. Sharpie, when have you approached me? Have you called my answer machine? I'm asking you.
Mr. Sharpie,
Could you
we're going
answer
to
my
comment.
question, please?
I'm going to ask you to go to the podium.
Have you called my
If
answer?
I'm a councilman, I'm going to be there live answering the phone. You don't have to wait. If my daughter got hit, what, are you going to take you 4 hours to come to the Board of Education to come to my child's assistance?
Well, I hope your daughter never gets hit. That's
You better
safety of
pray to
everybody.
God, Cheeto.
Council President.
You're out of
Council
line here.
President.
Thank you,
Council
Mr.
President.
Sharpie.
Council President. We have to hold decorum. We continue to have a combative attitude. We are available all month. We're every single day, whether it's by email, by phone. People continually come up to the podium and address us like we're not available. Okay? We are available. I myself showed up at Mr. Shappy's house several months ago, did not find him home, spoke to his daughter about an issue that he spoke here at council, never acknowledged that. We are available, and I'm not even your council person. All right, I did that because certain people could not contact you. We fill in for one another, Mr. Shappy. If there's an issue, we're available. We're by phone, by email. You can contact us. The combative attitude is not necessary. We're here to help, okay? And we'll do whatever you need us to do. But the combative attitude is just not necessary, and it's not appreciated.
Thank you. Virginia Malik?
East Curtis.
My comments stem around us having a $3 million deficit. The first thing I just want to bring up, during the other portion of the council meeting, when I asked about do we have a policy or a protocol for distributing equipment, and what I'd like to kind of focus on this point right now is the issue with cars that we have in the city of Linden. And it's come to my attention that a Ford Focus was given to a purchasing agent who has shared services with Roselle, and I'm wondering why can't this person use a car from a carpool? If this person's being assigned to Roselle, why can't they use their car, for doing this? So can someone answer, like, why do we have, well, let me just ask a few more questions. So that's one issue. And then no strikes against Mr. McDonald, but I hear that he has a new SUV, and someone had said, well, he's always on call. Why, what kind of justification do we have for some cars, that these cars are being given out? Is there no carpool where people can get cars when they have to go to meetings? Any answers on this?
Mr. Mayor?
Want me to answer?
Mr. Sheehy?
I'm not familiar on the clerk having a car, but I can answer for
Purchasing agent.
the purchasing agent of having a car, but I'd like to answer for the supervisor that has a car. The supervisor, in that department which he runs, he actually runs like five departments: the municipal garage, public property, recreation, public works, and maybe another one. Oh, transportation too he runs. So he is actively on the move. He came to us and he explained to us that he needed a vehicle to keep stuff dry in the back when he goes from spot to spot around town. He
I think he had a
does put on
vehicle.
some mileage.
Okay.
So what happened, his department gave up at least 5 vehicles. So since he is the department head, we bought him the bare bones Ford Explorer, the cheapest Ford Explorer there was on the market. They went on the computer and they did more research and time trying to get the cheapest vehicle that we needed. So when he got his new vehicle, we passed the old vehicle down into the ranks of the workers. To me, it's well justified. We need this guy on the road because we have more problems because he's running around town going from office to office, building to building, than he is in his own office. Actually, the guy comes in on Saturdays to his office so he can get his office work done.
And you need an SUV for that?
It's well justified. Well, then what we do, we pass it down into the motor pool as they wear out. The supervisor of Public Works has a SUV, and so does the supervisor, Mr. McDonald, has an SUV.
So you pass it down, so do they need it for hauling capacity? I mean, when he goes to these?
The purpose of
What
it
are they hauling?
was to keep stuff dry. Oh, the stuff he needs, to perform his duties and to perform the duties of the city.
Okay. And just how many vehicles does the city have? I mean, not trucks, things of that nature, like dump trucks, whatever, but motor vehicles that people are driving. And has anyone ever looked at having like a carpool where people can go, if someone needs a car, they can go to some sort of a pool to get this car?
We have been extensively looking at our vehicles. I'd say in the last 2 years, I bet we've gotten rid of 50 vehicles, if not more. I don't have the exact number. Mr. McDonald might in his head. That's another one of those hats that he wears in his town. But if you were familiar with our municipal garage and the setup that we had, we are moving toward these Ford Focuses. We do need a few more Ford Focuses to complete this fleet, which is working out. We were spending more money on repairs and gasoline than it costs to own these Ford Focuses. That's been working out tremendously. without a doubt. And I can't give you the numbers, offhand, but our fleet, we have been looking extensively on the motor vehicles. Actually, we just went through the budget process, and there was a lot of vehicles that the supervisors put down that they needed, and we just cannot swing it. The police department put down for a handful of vehicles too. We cannot swing it. We are looking at the vehicles, believe you me. I can't give you the numbers
Right.
that you would like, but I can get you the numbers
Sure.
for sure.
So when you talk about a fleet, these are not shared vehicles, so this is a vehicle that would be given to a specific person.
No, this vehicle here is specifically for him, but I've seen other, employees driving it through the course of the day, without a doubt.
Okay.
Councilwoman Cosby Hurling, you had a comment on this?
Yeah, I just wanted to make a comment. I understand what you're talking about. I think we should have a carpool because in the health department, maybe they have a couple of cars in different departments, and everybody's not going out all at the same time. So when the health department is gone, maybe at 3 o'clock when the shift changes or whatever, another group can use that car to go
Sure.
around the city of Linden. I disagree that a manager of a department should have a car designated to them. We had the same issue with the council president, if you remember the Cadillac. I don't think that he should have a car. There are lots of vehicles in the fleet, as Councilman Sheehy had alluded to. I would recommend that whichever committee is responsible look into reimbursing the person for use of their personal vehicles with, the current mileage rate, or write it off as an expense that's not reimbursed through your company. I ride around the city all day in my ward and back and forth. I'm not asking anybody to give me a car. So that's something that we could consider. We would save on gasoline, auto repairs, and the price of the vehicles themselves.
Right, if we have like shared services,
Council
why not
President?
have something to do with sharing cars?
Councilman?
Ms. Malik, you bring up a very good point. You heard me speak of a system called the STAR system tonight, and I've seen it down in Atlantic City at League of Municipalities Convention. It's a very, very unique software system. I don't know the vast details of it, but what it does, it's a personnel tracking and deployment system for personnel for municipal departments and things. There's also a module that you can get for city vehicles that places something very similar to like a little low jack indicator in vehicles.
Like a GPS.
Yes, a GPS. So you could see where vehicles are deployed, where they are, and then get a report at the end of the day to see where they were, for how long, and
That's great for accountability.
It's great for accountability too, and it's also and as Councilman Sheehy spoke very accurately of years ago, all of the police vehicles in the city were the Chevy Impalas, the big 350 V8s that sucked the gas, and what happened was after they got so many miles on them, we had a very good municipal garage that was able to keep them running, and it would just trickle down, and we would be using them around town, and it was very cost effective. And prior to Councilman Cosby coming, we had the councilman who was the chairman of the Finance and Personnel Committee did initiate buying these Ford Focuses, which was very cost effective, and we're continuing along that line. We're trying to wean out all of the old gas guzzlers, but that's something in the future that we could take a look at and see who's using them, where they're using them, and again, optimization. And if somebody could share a vehicle, that's great too. But a lot of our inspectors go out and they're getting 30 miles to a gallon as compared to 10 or 12 currently. So.
Right, that's good. Well, I hope the city council does something on this.
I hope that's the next step in this software.
Okay. The other thing is pertaining to, like cost saving and whatnot, and some of this
Ms.
was...
Malik, you're over your 5 minutes, but if
Okay.
if you could be brief.
All right, well, the last plug that I just want to make in is that, we're talking about like saving money, and it could be maybe a rhetorical question, but, we have the Linden Strategic Vision Plan, and I think I was involved in this, but I think everyone on the council was given a copy of this, and I'd really like to just hear is, what was the feedback from the city council on this? And someone was talking about, like Adam, the consultant, doing this, green thing for the city. A lot of the ideas, I think, were taken from the strategic vision plan. Is that going to be moved forward? I mean, are the city council people taking action on this? I'd like to really have you think about it at least.
Mr. McDonald, could you make a comment, please, at the microphone?
I'll be very brief. I know that it's late. I just wanted to clear something up. Yes, I utilize that vehicle, okay? But the vehicle is not assigned to me. It's not my vehicle. I don't take it home. At times I take it home. But this isn't, I haven't had a vehicle assigned to me in the last 5 years. As the department head, I've never had a vehicle. I never took a vehicle home, just on occasion. That vehicle is to be used for whatever we need it to be used for. On a regular basis, daily, yes, I utilize that vehicle. And as far as the other cars that we've gotten rid of over 60 vehicles in the past 2 years that went to auction, or we just scrapped them, retired them, or whatever. And they've only been replaced by, we've downsized it to, we bought about 10 Focuses, an SUV. We retired 3 SUVs in the department, and we only got one in return. So, I mean, we're actively downsizing the entire fleet, and people are not, when we say that they're assigned a vehicle, they're assigned a vehicle for the day, for that use. But it's not their vehicle, the purchasing agent or anybody else's vehicle. It's not their personal vehicle. They're assigned a particular vehicle to utilize for their working hours, and that's it.
Mr. Brown has a question for you.
Real quick, Al, I mean, how many miles would you say per day or week you put on the vehicle?
On the vehicle that I'm utilizing now?
Yeah.
I mean,
Probably a couple of thousand.
It would be a guesstimate, but the Focuses we just purchased, we've been at maybe about 3,500 to 4,000 miles a year. That's about it. So I just happen to know that because we just did a mini survey on that.
Thank you.
But that's it.
Mr. Henry Redding.